Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. We're just letting folks in from the waiting room and making sure that our live stream is working, and then we'll get started in just a second. Okay, I think that's everybody from the waiting room. And it looks like we are live. Great. So welcome, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started this morning. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Tony Evers and a member of the Pardon Board. I will introduce my fellow board members shortly here. And then we will go through just a couple of housekeeping items about how the morning will run before we dive into hearing from applicants this morning. So let me start with introducing our board members here. With us this morning for the hearing is Myrna Warrington. Ms. Warrington is a director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran, and she has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for 11 years. Joining us also is board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. Also with us this morning is board member Nadia Perez-Reyes. She is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Children and Families, and she previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. Also with us on the Zoom this morning is board member Reverend Jerry Hancock. He is the director of the Prison Ministry Project, and he previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And finally, our last board member of the morning is Judge Jeff Kremers. He is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to this board, and he served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, serving for Chief Judge for 7 of those years, and he retired in 2018. So welcome, applicants. We will hear from everybody this morning in the order that is listed on the public meeting notice and the agenda. When you are in the Zoom, please be aware that this hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and on YouTube, and this is a public meeting. We'll ask you to mute yourselves and turn off your video until it's your turn to be heard. That just allows us to make sure that we can hear and see the applicant who is talking. If you do run into any sort of IT issues, don't worry about it. A member from my team will reach out and try to troubleshoot with you. And if we need to come back to you because things aren't working when it's your turn on the agenda, we can absolutely do that. We'll get everything sorted out. So when we do call you up to speak as an applicant, you'll have about 5 minutes total with the board, and we'll ask you to start by sharing your story by answering the questions that we sent you in advance of the meeting. And as a reminder, those questions are just speaking to a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief recap of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, things like that. And then a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon today and why you think the governor should grant you one. The board may or may not ask you questions then about your application. Please don't read into it if there are no questions, or if there are, sometimes your application materials cover it. Sometimes there are additional things that we think it would be helpful to know. But we're going to try to fit those questions in within everybody's 5 minutes. So I will try not to cut you off or move you along, but I do want to make sure that we get to questions. Once the board has asked you questions, you'll be free to sign off the Zoom. You don't need to hang out with us for the rest of the morning. And then once we've heard all of our applicants, the board will move into closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order to be sent to the governor, and then he will make the final decision to either accept or reject your application. Either way, you'll hear from us in about a month or a month and a half about the outcome of today's hearing. So unfortunately, you won't get an answer today because things do still need to go to the governor. And we know that you've been waiting a long time even to get to today's hearing. So we'll just ask for a little bit more patience from you as that final decision is made. So we will go ahead and get started. And our first applicant today is Mr. Calvin Brace, who I believe I saw on the Zoom.
Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Brace. We'll turn it over to you for that brief summary.
Yeah, so I'm understanding that you're hoping to hear me talk about how the sentence went, what I've done since, why seeking a pardon, and why I think the governor, or why I would hope the governor would give me one. Nothing about the offense itself, or I guess
the first part, if you can start with a brief summary of your offense and how the sentence went.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Calvin Brace. I guess I'm 41 years old today. I've lived in Madison all my life. And when I was in my teenage years, I was experiencing some, I guess, significant behavioral problems, especially related to underage use of alcohol, usually in excess. When I was 17 years old, I attended a underage house party where at some point in the night I was kind of confronted by someone who I think had some shared interest in a girl that I had some shared interest in, and there was an argument, and ultimately I ended up striking this individual who was 17 or 18 years old at the time as well, in the face one time, and it caused him some injury to his eye. I believe he had a fracture to his eye, and I was charged with substantial battery, which is a felony. And I didn't, just thinking about it now kind of gives me some shivers. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know the magnitude of what had happened or what that meant to be charged with a felony. I went through the process without the support of parents, my parents, or anything like that. I was too afraid to tell them that I'd been in trouble. And so I pled guilty to substantial battery, a felony, and accepted probation. I was unsuccessful in my first attempt at probation and served the majority of that sentence ultimately in some different Wisconsin correctional institutions. I believe that the total time served for me in between jail and prison on this sentence was about 4 years. And I'm not counting days, and maybe I should know that better. That was a big change for me, to go to prison when I was in my early 20s. And I was in a time in my life where I thought that drinking and friends and partying were the most important thing in the world. And I was kind of prioritizing that over almost anything else. Going to prison might have been the best thing that ever happened to me. If I was being honest, it gave me an opportunity for a little bit simplified life where I had a lot of structure and understood what to focus on. There wasn't distractions of drinking and friends and girls. And it allowed me to actually have the opportunity, even though it wasn't fun by any means, to reflect and grow in a way that I almost can guarantee I wouldn't have been able to do on my own at that age and level of maturity where I was at that time. I got out of prison and some things changed, and I never drank again in my life after I was released from prison. I haven't had a drink since, I guess, 2007. Or 2005 might have been when it was, sometime around there. I've met my girlfriend and then wife since I was released, completed my probation and parole successfully. Um, Went back to school and finished an associate's degree in human services and got a license to be a substance abuse counselor. Ultimately got a job after I was released from prison. I was homeless, and I was released in December. So I was knocking on doors with my prison boots on and trying to shovel driveways and figure things out. And that was probably the most difficult part of it. But I was pretty committed to that, after that time, and was able to get a studio apartment with a roommate and get on my feet. And eventually I got a girlfriend. And she's now my wife, and we have two wonderful kids, 7 and 4. Was working as a substance abuse counselor for Catholic Charities here in Madison, which is a very fulfilling job, but not a very well-paying job. So once my wife was pregnant with my daughter, I had to try to figure out how to make some more money. So I ended up starting my own agency, counseling agency called Focus Counseling here in Madison. Focus Counseling was contracted with Dane County Comprehensive Community Services and grew fairly quickly. Within 3 or 4 years, I went from having myself to and one other part-time employee to at least 82 full-time employees. My agency was contracted with the county to provide support at the homeless shelters during COVID. We ran the hotels where unhoused folks who are vulnerable to COVID stayed and received, housing and support services. We continue to contract with the city to do housing, case management, and housing support programs where, we're able to provide some funding for people's housing and support to make sure that they are successful in that environment, ongoing case management. So I guess that's what I can say that I've done since. The reason that I'm seeking a pardon is that I continue to kind of encounter barriers. And although I count myself as very fortunate that I've been able to kind of put together what I would consider a successful life without pardon and with the presence of a felony conviction from my youth, there are obstacles that I encounter, every year and every week and every day. And that especially includes relationships with other employers. When I was trying to go back to school beyond an associate's degree, which is still a huge dream of mine, there was incredible barriers as a convicted felon. Mine is a violent felon, is considered a violent felony, and it is. To be able to get into programs and be able to continue on with my education there. I guess I'm ready to kind of put that part of my life behind me in a more permanent way. And that's really why I'm seeking a pardon today. I don't know why I deserve one or why the governor should give me one. That's really hard for me because I did it. I don't stand here, innocent of a crime or anything like that. I hit somebody and I hurt that person, and everything that happened after that is, mine and mine to own. So I guess that last one is a really tough one for me, and I don't want to take up any more of your guys' time today. I just would like to say to everybody, I appreciate the opportunity to come and at least be considered. This has been something that me and some of the people that are around me have seen as an incredible opportunity just to be heard and considered. Many times this is a burden. This is something that I'll carry for the rest of my life, kind of either way. And it takes a long time to rebuild trust with family and friends and circle. And this is kind of, I think, a symbol for many of the people in my inner circle to say, like, this is something that's now kind of officially behind you, where we've seen it. We've seen this change. Most of the people in my life have never known me to drink alcohol or use any drugs or, participate in any criminal behavior at all. So it's kind of a shock to them when they find out that I am a convicted felon. And I guess that's all I have to say today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Race. I'm going to go ahead and open up to board members for questions. Do we have any questions? Judge Cremers.
Good morning, Mr. Race. So I'm looking at your application, the materials that were submitted, and I'm interested first in finding out about this case from 2008 in Dane County where you were convicted of disorderly conduct and intimidating a victim. What was that situation about?
Thank you for your question. So I'm pretty poor with timelines myself. So the victim in that case, her name was Allison Line, and she was a former girlfriend of mine. So I was initially released after, I think, 18 months or 20 months of a prison sentence on the first violation of my probation at that time. And I was out maybe 2 or 3 months, and I was living with a woman named Allison, and we were drinking every night, a lot. And there was a call to the police for a disorderly call. Now, I don't want to try to minimize, the events of that night, but ultimately, we were in an argument, and there was, we were in a squabble, and the police came, and I was at her house, and I was otherwise homeless. So I was arrested on a disorderly conduct. The intimidation of a victim or witness came the next day. I didn't know why I was in jail or understand it, and I really was desperate to get out. And I was calling my girlfriend from the jail, who I guess I didn't realize that was a restricted. That's a behavior I wasn't allowed to do from the jail because she was the victim of this domestic disorderly call. So those are the general circumstances, and I'm happy to provide more detail of that interaction as I remember it.
I guess what I'm interested in, two other things. One, you had a series of from this crime that you're asking for pardon for in 2000. You got probation, and then you got revoked, and then you went to jail, and then you got out, and then you got revoked, all because you were picking up a series of new misdemeanor convictions for battery and things like that, resisting an officer. There's a whole series of them, and you kept going in and out of jail or prison, as you indicated before. So can you tell me what finally caused you to stop all this bad behavior?
I can tell you, and I recall the moment vividly, and I was at Fox Lake Correctional Institution. I had been the night that the incident with my girlfriend Allison was the last night that I drank. So that's the hard date. I was arrested and revoked that night for the remainder of my probation or parole. And I was fast tracked through Dodge Correctional. I went to Fox Lake, and I remember not long after being there, sitting in a day room, maybe Judge Judy or something was on the TV, and I was feeling very depressed, and saw these older gentlemen that were sitting there fighting over the TV. And I realized that the old guys that are in prison in Wisconsin aren't all there for 40 and 50-year sentences. And they're just like me. They're people who are there and they can't figure it out, and they're over and over and over again, and they keep getting out and doing the same thing. And that's exactly what I had just done. I had sat down on a prison sentence. I was supposed to learn everything I was supposed to learn, and I thought I did. But when I got out, the pressure to kind of return to the same behavior was strong for me. And for me, in that moment, in that day room, I realized I'm never doing this again. I'm never coming back here again. I'm taking back control of my life. And if that means I never drink or I never hang out with the friends that I have, then that's a small sacrifice compared to in and out of prison for the rest of my life, especially because, and forgive me, but my attitude towards it was, these are like, I keep doing like misdemeanor, like this is, I haven't committed like a major crime. I'm just a nuisance to society. I'm just somebody that nobody wants around at that point. And I've never had an interaction with the police sober, never been arrested sober. So it took me, I guess, that long to figure out that the thing that needed to change in the equation was there's no amount of alcohol that it's okay for me to drink and manage it. It has to be zero. And so since then, I haven't drank alcohol, and I'm never going to drink alcohol again in my life.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Brace. Congratulations on all you've accomplished in the last decade or so. The concern and question I have is your statement of the offense. You say basically that you punched this victim once, he fell down, and then you relay that you laid across him to try to prevent others from kicking him. You helped carry him out of the house, none of which matches the criminal complaint, what your ex-girlfriend said at the time, or even what you said 2 weeks after this incident happened. And so I'm concerned that your statement here really minimizes what you did and doesn't connect with what was said at the time. And can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your question. I want to make sure that that I'm delineating two separate events. One was, I think, in 1999, where the victim was Nathaniel Kind, and that was a substantial battery. The other was in 2008, and it was a disorderly conduct call that was with my girlfriend, Allison Line.
Yeah, I'm talking about the felony.
Okay. So the exact events as they occurred in 1999 is William Webb was the friend of mine who was having a house party. The home was in his aunt's house in Vera Court, and we were all kind of packed into this apartment. Nathaniel Kind entered the apartment with Danielle Keller, who is no longer, she's since deceased. But ultimately, this guy we got kind of near each other, and it was a situation where there was tense. And again, I was 17, or maybe just turned 18, and he yelled at me, and I hit him. And when he went to the ground, and I'm very embarrassed to say this, but at that time in my life and kind of what was happening in my environment, there was a propensity for that type of fighting and violence amongst this group of young men that I was kind of ingrained with. And as soon as I hit him, it was a convergence of people. Like it was like it turned it from a, hey, someone just got hit, to a brawl. And so Danielle, who I had kind of a crush on, was screaming and yelling, and I kind of jumped down to help accomplish what she was trying to accomplish. Now, I mean, there's a lot of things about that entire police report that I lied when I saw the police. I mean, I was trying to say anything I could say. I didn't know what to say to get myself out of trouble. I didn't know how much trouble I was in. I was having a really hard time being honest. And the truth of it is, I thought that I might be able to say I didn't do anything that day. I didn't know what to say. I didn't have an attorney. I didn't have a parent with me. And so I said what I thought I should say. The truth of the matter is that I hit him without, his hands weren't up. He wasn't fighting me. He had just yelled at me, and I was angry enough and drunk enough, and I hit him. And then I'm here almost 25 years later, and I can't express how sorry I am that I didn't know a better way to deal with my own fear and anger than to hit somebody with my fist. And there's no excuse for that. And so, but as soon as I did, I realized what was happening there. Now, the debate that had happened kind of afterwards is I understood that it was acknowledged that I was helping carry him out, except that someone else was telling the story as like he was dragged out because he had there was abrasions on his lower back from Danielle was carrying his shoulders and I was carrying his knees and trying to get him to the car. She wanted to leave. There was a step down from the apartment and his lower back scraped on the step as we were going out. And so what I had always understood is that I had been kind of accused after striking him of continuing that sort of assault towards him. And, you know, regardless of how today goes, that's not how that event happened. I was participating, and it was mostly just to win the approval of Danielle in a moment that I wasn't going to win the approval of Danielle anyway. But I wasn't continuing to assault him. I was trying to get him out of the building and into the car. There was a bunch of stuff that happened even after that that's not really notated in the police report. When they went back home to Stoughton, he returned to Madison with 3 friends and went to the neighbor's house. I mean, this was a thing that kind of went on, but
I know you put that in your statement. What the point I'm making is that Danielle doesn't, in her report to the police at the time, does not support your version of events. She doesn't say you helped him, tried to help carry him out of the house. She says you and another man dragged him out of the house. Other people say you continued to kick the victim while he was down. And so I'm trying to understand, are you today trying to minimize your involvement, or how do you address that there's great inconsistencies between your version of the crime to us and what we have at the time of the crime from witnesses and the criminal complaint, in your own words?
Yeah, so sorry, was there something else there from someone?
No, go ahead.
Yes, I understand that there's been consistencies. I do feel like my truth has remained consistent through that amount of time. And if that was what Danielle, thought or experienced or saw, then, I can't be angry towards her for saying that. I also can't be angry towards the police or anybody else taking Danielle's or anybody else in the world's version of what happened that day with higher priority than they took mine. I was 17 years old and drunk and incapable of being honest with anybody at that time in my life. My life has changed. It's 25 years later. My life has changed substantially. And regardless of a pardon situation, like this is what happened and this is the story. So I don't mean to be, I can't change my story at this point because that's what happened. Okay. And the police report doesn't always match perfectly. And I understand that. And I have to kind of live and embrace what did take place and how other people saw it just the same way as how I understand it. But I never put my feet on Mr. Kind after I hit him, never one time. And God is my witness. I did everything I could. Dwayne Powell, Chaz Davis, William Webb. There was a number of other people there who were in a circle that weren't honest with the police at that point either, because we were kind of all in that boat. And there was co-defendants who were charged with that of kicking Mr. Kind when he was down. And those are the folks that, they know.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brace.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Brace. I just want to recognize that we do have a full agenda. So unless there are any other pressing questions for Mr. Brace, I think we'll thank him for his time. Looks good. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Brace. As I mentioned, you don't need to hang out on the Zoom, and thank you for sharing your story with us today.
Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice
next up is Laura Monroe, who, yes, I believe I saw. Excellent. We will turn it over to you, Ms. Monroe.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Laura Monroe, formerly Steigerwald. This is my second time in front of the board. I was in front of you in 2020. Sorry, it's a little hard. I'm requesting a pardon for 2007 conviction of recklessly endangering safety due to an incident where I was having a mental health crisis and suicidal and had a gun, and I'm sorry. This is just really,
Go ahead and take your time.
It's always really hard to talk about. Anyway, I was 26 years old and I have had major depression my entire life, and a history of suicide attempts. And But for the most part, I had it pretty much under control. I did what a lot of people with mental illnesses do, and I stopped taking my meds a couple months prior to the incident, because I thought I was okay and didn't want to be on meds, you know. So then my life fell apart. I bought a house, it was falling apart. My partner left me, took our kid. Just kind of a perfect storm of events. And I wanted to end my life. But maybe not. Maybe I just really didn't know how else to cope. And I didn't grow up around guns. I didn't know anything about guns. I just knew that that was a tool to be used to make that happen. So I went to the store and I bought a gun. Sorry, I'm sorry. And I picked it up 2 days later, and I didn't go to work that day. I worked in IT at the time. I worked computer support, and I found that I wasn't able to complete the act that I wanted to do, or that I thought I wanted to do. So I thought I would drink alcohol. I would never have had a drug or alcohol problem. I'm very lucky in that regard. However, you know, I did drink that night, and I drank tequila and beer, and I got pretty drunk. And it was actually almost 17 years ago to the day. It was July 18th of 2006. And it was probably around 5 p.m. and I called my dad and I told him goodbye, basically. And he was up north at our cabin, and he sent my brother over to the house to get the gun from me. And my brother is, you know, has intellectual disabilities and probably not a good person to deal with a situation like that, but he was sent. I also had my stepbrother. He was on his way from Madison. I lived in Waukesha at the time. He was on his way from Madison. I was closer to my stepbrother than my brother. So he was going to come, and my plan was that when he got there, I was going to have him take me to Waukesha Memorial Acute Psych, where I had been in the past. And yeah, so my brother got to the house, not my stepbrother, my brother. And he tried to get the gun away from me. I didn't want him to. I was like, just wait until Jeff gets here. Just wait until my stepbrother Jeff gets here. And we were just sitting watching TV. The gun was in its case on the coffee table. And my brother picked up his phone and he started talking like he was talking to his girlfriend. And then he stepped outside. And so I thought he was on the phone with his girlfriend. And it was a while. I didn't know what was happening. So I opened the door, and all of a sudden I was surrounded by cops. They had their guns drawn. They were screaming at me. And I was terrified. Like, I didn't know what was happening. It was like they had a whole SWAT team out there. Apparently my brother had called 911 without my knowledge. And I don't know what he told them, but I was terrified. So obviously at that point I should have come out of the house. And then it would have been over. But the way that they had their guns drawn and they were screaming, I was really terrified. I thought that they were going to shoot me, or I thought they were going to tackle me and break my arm or whatever. I don't know. And I was drunk and stupid. And so I went back in the house and I locked the doors, and I was like, I'm not coming out. Like, no. And then the night just kind of progressed from there with them trying to get me to come out, and I refused. And at a certain point, I was in my bedroom and I was on the phone with the negotiator, and he told me to to take the bullets out of the gun. And I didn't know what to do, how to do that. I've never even touched a gun in my life. And I'm sitting here with this 9mm. I bought it because it looked cool, like on TV. Like, I shot it into my closet. I was in my bedroom and I shot it into the closet wall. And then I remember the negotiator saying, "Why are you shooting at my guys?" And I was like, "I'm not. I'm unloading the gun. I'm shooting it into my closet." And he was like, "Oh, well, you're shooting at my guys." And I was like, "Oh, so I stopped, obviously, and but yeah, I put the officers in danger when I did that. They were outside my house, and the bullets exited the outside, because that's how bullets work. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So at that point, I went to sleep. I fell asleep and passed out, rather, and I woke up to my bedroom window breaking and glass all over me. I thought there was glass in my eyes. And but it was, they had deployed 6 canisters of tear gas into my house. And at that time I had been passed out for a good couple hours, like 2 or 3 hours. And they were trying to reach me by phone or whatever, and they couldn't, so they deployed 6 canisters of tear gas in my house. And then I was in my bedroom. I remember my eyes, like, obviously tear gases, and I remember like just doing this motion, and then all of a sudden my neck started bleeding profusely, and I started screaming, and I ran out of the house. And I'm sorry. The sharpshooter, there was a sniper that shot me, apparently, and the police reported said they were shooting to kill, and I must have just bent down at the right split second when that happened. I'm sorry. So I must have just bent down at the right moment, and that's what happened. I was charged with recklessly endangering safety. I was also charged with pointing a firearm at an officer, which was dropped because there was no evidence to support that. We proved that some of what was in the statements by police were physically impossible to have happened. Like I recognize the gravity of what I did. I put my neighborhood through hell. I put my family through hell, and I put officers in danger. Like, I understand, and I know that, like, obviously drinking and guns don't mix. I never want to touch another gun in my life. And I don't really drink. I drink a little bit, like 1 beer here and there, because I'm not, very fortunately, not an alcoholic, so I'm able to have 1 or 2 here and there, but not. I don't remember the last time I've been intoxicated in like a long time, well over a decade. Anyway, so that's what happened. I was charged with those felonies. Short story is I pled no contest. I didn't want to fight it. I wanted to take responsibility for what I did and move on. I was sentenced to jail with Huber, but it was stayed. I continued to have suicide attempts after this. For obviously I was going through like horrible stuff with the legal process and whatnot. So sorry, did somebody say something?
Just some background. Ms. Monroe, I do want to ask you about your history since the sentence, because in your application materials, I note that you have since gone to law school and been admitted to the bar, which I think we have several lawyers on the committee, and I think we all would consider that rather extraordinary that you were admitted to the bar with this record. So could you just tell us very briefly about that?
Yeah, I was, yep, I was getting there, right? Thank you. So yeah, after I was struggling to find employment. Every time I was offered jobs, and they would rescind it once they would seek at me, and that was just really what was happening. So I decided to go back to school. to maybe just put some time between me and the incident and just kind of whatever. So I went to UW Whitewater and I took a business law course. I loved it. And so I decided to go to law school. And I applied to law school. I went to UW Madison. I wanted to, I thought maybe I wanted to do criminal law, but then I decided that I think that was a little too close to home and it was a little rough. So I did the unemployment appeals clinic and I went to law school and graduated in 2014. I got a job at ABC for Health, a nonprofit in Madison, helping individuals with healthcare coverage. And then I did go through a really bad period of depression. Again, in 2016, I stopped working. In hindsight, I probably maybe would have qualified for disability. I was off for about 1.5 years with depression, but I was in my psychiatrist's office like every other week, trying new meds. I started seeing a therapist. I was doing everything I possibly could, but like I couldn't leave the house. Like I would just sob if I tried it. Like I just remember going to the grocery store and just sobbing. But yeah, so I did go through a really bad period of depression in between those two jobs. But then in 2018, I was ready to work again. And I was really lucky to be hired by GWAR, Greater Wisconsin Agency on Aging Resources, for a temporary 1-year grant. And then they hired me on permanently. In 2019, I was hired permanently. I'm now a benefit specialist supervising attorney for the Bay region of the Elder Benefit Specialists. I think you might have some letters from some of my coworkers and one of my elder benefit specialists as well. We help people with Medicare, Medicaid. We provide free legal services to adults over 60. The reason I'm seeking a pardon is because I need to be a notary for my job, and that's not possible without a pardon. We do free wills clinics around the state, and those are free for low-income seniors. Those appointments fill up really fast, and it's really important that we're all notaries so we can get these out. The last time, it was before the pandemic, the last time we did it, because but we are going to start doing them again. But it was a real drain having me not be able to be a notary. So because I would be able to do a will with somebody, but then I'd have to sit and wait for my coworkers to come over and notarize. And so we noticed that the appointments were taking longer, and we had to start scheduling fewer people in those appointments. So that's really the reason that I'm seeking a pardon. I mean, for the other reasons that other people have stated as well.
Thanks, Ms. Monroe. I want to make sure that we have a chance to ask you some questions. So I'm going to ask you to just pause and see if we have questions from our board members. Jerry.
Laura, I remember very clearly the last time you were before the board, and I was very impressed then and today about the courage it takes for you to come forward and tell your story. I also remember that hearing because I think it was the last time we did in-person hearings before the pandemic, and we went to Zoom. So I have a very clear memory of the last time you were here. I also remember Lieutenant Niles testifying at that hearing. And I was interested to see in your new application that you said he has forgiven you. And I just wonder if you have forgiven the police.
Yeah, I mean, he said, I do recall in his statement, he got up, he read from his police report, and then he said he forgave me, but he was against me getting a pardon. And he said several times that he forgave me. And so I mean, I hope that he actually does. I obviously, yes, I've forgiven the police. They were doing their jobs the best they knew how at the time. Fortunately, now I think they handle mental health situations better. They don't send a SWAT team right away, even when there's a gun involved. I think that they approached it a little differently. There was an almost identical situation around 2018 by my
Right.
house.
And no, you talk about that in your application, but I was really just interested in your relationship with the police that were on the scene.
Absolutely.
time.
I know that they were just doing the job that they were there to do, and with the training that they had and the tools that they had at the time. And yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have other questions for Ms. Moreau? Seeing none. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Moreau. As I said, oh yeah, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Say one more thing. I just want to make sure that you all saw the judge that presided over my case sent a letter.
Yes.
I was surprised. I wasn't asking her for a letter. I was just letting her know what was going on, but she volunteered that, and I just wanted to make sure you all saw that.
Yes, those are in the packet. We got that.
Okay, good, because it was just a couple days ago, so I wanted to make sure that you got that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. We appreciate you telling your story with us today. I know that this was a hard thing to talk about and hard to relive. So thank you. And you're welcome to leave the Zoom and go about the rest of your day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Julie Scholes, who I believe I saw there, Ms. Scholes. We'll turn it over to you for a brief statement and then hopefully some questions from us.
All righty. Good morning. My name is Julie Schultz, and my crimes were manufacture, deliver amphetamine, and possession of methamphetamine. I was charged in 2004, sentenced in 2007, and completed my sentence or probation in 2011. A little bit about my crimes. I had started using in 2002-ish, and was definitely a methamphetamine addict. I became involved in, I guess it would be a methamphetamine ring that manufactured meth, and they were being previously investigated before I had even moved to this area. But I didn't know that at the time. My use led to a string of bad decisions. I was going through a divorce at the time, and just a very, very bad, dark phase. The long and short of it was I was on probation at the time, that they had come to my home to look for a gentleman that I was in a relationship with. And they had found precursors for methamphetamine and the manufacture of methamphetamine. Because I was on probation, I was revoked and sat, I believe it was 33 days in the county jail. And then I was charged, of course, with the manufacture, deliver charge and the possession charge. When I did not sit actual time for that charge, I was sentenced to 4 years probation. And I believe it was 4 months, which I was allowed to serve on Huber. At the time, the divorce. And the charges were kind of simultaneously. I had 3 children, so my priority was to get my life back on track and not leave the life I had been leaving, and take care of my kids. So that's what I did. And I stopped using at the end of 2004 and never picked it back up again. The probation sentence was a very long 4 years of probation after the fact. And I had no problems with the sentence. I had moved from this area to different part of the state, not only to try to restructure my life, but to have a fresh start in an area away from the activity. So I ended up raising 3 wonderful children. I have always been extremely honest with them growing up about what I did and the consequences. One of my favorite quotes they would tell you is, learn from my mistakes, do not repeat them. I have twin girls, one of which is a case manager. The other one is a 911 dispatcher, and my son is a sheriff. We have done well. I raised my kids by myself after the divorce and have primarily worked 2 jobs or more at a time to get them through college. I also went back to school and received certificates in psychology and socioeconomics, and have been very involved in community projects. We did come back to the Lincoln County area when my son graduated from high school 6 years ago or 7 years ago. I have been in the helping profession ever since. One of the things that is not on my application is I did have an employment change in between applying for the pardon, and now I am an executive director of a domestic violence sexual assault center. The reason I am seeking the pardon is primarily employment barriers. It is just a final step to put everything behind me. My offense was almost 20 years ago, and since being charged, I haven't been in any trouble at all. I think I had a speeding ticket. But when I said I was done in 2004, that is exactly what happened. And my children were definitely my main motivation for turning things around. So.
Thank you, Ms. Scholes, and congratulations on your new job. Are there any questions from board members? Jerry.
Ms. Schultz, as part of the pardon review process, we asked the current district attorney to review your application, and the current Lincoln County district attorney supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Accomplished. That, and I just was looking at that actually yesterday, again, when I got my paperwork out. For a long time, when I moved back to Lincoln County, I did have a period of time when I worked for Lincoln Industries where I actually worked in the courthouse. So it was very validating to have people see that one mistake isn't who I am. And so very validating to know that he saw the change over the years, because again, he didn't just see the paperwork, he saw me on a weekly basis for many years too. So I'm very pleased with that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Scholes. We really appreciate your time today, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Sabrina Lasky. Believe that I saw Ms. Lasky.
Yes.
Here we are. Okay, you have a different name on Zoom, but we'll go ahead and turn it over to you for a brief summary. Do you need me to repeat the questions at all?
No.
Okay, go right ahead then.
I'm Sabrina Lasky, 41 years old. Back in October 99, I was going through an emotional event in my life. I felt like I lost my brother and my father. I was actually at a bar and got drunk, consumed quite a bit of alcohol, and I was then dropped off at my uncle's gas station and was brought up to my uncle's apartment above his gas station. And there was a search warrant that was executed, and everybody was centralized into one room, and myself being underage and consumed as much as alcohol as I was in an emotional state, one thing led to another where I was not following orders, which then led to the obstructing an officer, as far as obstruction and resisting, because then it went into resisting arrest. So being placed into the squad car, I kicked the window, which led to the criminal damage to property, and then being handcuffed and whatnot, and my head being placed in his lap to be restrained. I bit him on the thigh. I feel bad, and I think about it every single day for the past 20 plus years. I was sentenced to 6 months of jail, Huber, charged as an adult. I completed that, and I also had 3 years of probation, and I completed that without being revoked or getting into more trouble during that time for that. Since then, I have went back to school. I had my high school diploma taken care of, and that's when I had my first child. Then I started going to school for paralegal, and I actually got pregnant with my second child, and I had to stop after 3 years because she had medical issues and problems. I was a single parent with the 2 children, and I had to take care of her. But since then, there's multiple jobs that I did, and I was trying to find my way in my path. And I ended up doing, because I was on state assistance, I was on food stamps and needed help and whatnot. So I did community services through there and obtained a job through Agape Supportive Living, which is for developmentally disabled, which then I got a job with the United States Postal Service. I have had my third child, which is my son, and his father also took on the responsibility, and us as a family helping me with my girls. And we actually got married last year in April. So completing our family after being together for 15 plus years. I work at the Postal Service and I've been working there as a rural carrier for 9 years, almost 9 years actually. And I feel that with having a pardon granted, it'll help me. It'll help me with any kind of career advancement. And so that even when my oldest daughter leaves for the Navy in a week, so that when she gets stationed, I can go see her, and so that I don't have those barriers. Because even with COVID happening right now, to try to do DoorDash after working at the post office, or even when I tried to apply at Walmart, I was denied employment. There's barriers to even try to do side jobs for extra money to make sure that we could make it through. And
Thank you, Ms. Lasky. I want to see if we have any questions for you from board members. Anyone? No, all right, I guess your application answered all of our questions because I don't have any either. But thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today. And we look forward to getting back to you as soon as possible.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Monica Whitehead. There we are.
Good morning, everybody. And it's Monica.
Monica.
I know it looks like Monica. I get it all the time, trust me. But Mo is what I prefer.
All right, well, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank all you guys for taking the time out and to hear my story, even though I know you've probably heard my story a million times before. So back in 2003, I was charged with a forgery case and a disorderly conduct case. And along with that, I want to say it's a charge from 2005. I think that's what for misuse of a dangerous intent to use a dangerous object to cause bodily harm, misuse of a dangerous object, and disorderly conduct. So I will begin. I was just a mere babe in 2003. I was just beginning my adulthood. And just like many others who enter adulthood, we think we know everything. We're untouchable. Nobody can stop us. You know, we're just like a invisible person. The forgery case, it was a mishap. I was in a dire need and I had a neighbor come to me. They had a checkbook. I really didn't ask where it came from per se. I just know I was able to get some money out of it. And when you're desperate times calls for desperate measures. So I did commit the forgery charge. I did take the check that was written to me to the check cashing place and cash it. Yes, I did do that. The disorderly conduct against my mother's husband, I think that's the one. A little history with him, we never got along. Even as a kid, it just was never, ever, ever a good dynamic there. And I did use some very foul language and pick up objects and try to physically harm him. Yes, I did. I was scared. It was a grown man coming at me. I was afraid. So I did what any afraid person would do, try to defend themselves. As far as the 2005 charge, it is the same thing, more or less of like self-defense. And again, I never knew that there was no self-defense law in Wisconsin. This was not explained to me until after I was charged, and that's how I knew I couldn't defend myself. Since this, I have become a parent, and due to these charges, I have a kid that is finna finish high school, and I've never been able to participate in any school assignments, any school projects. And she's graduating next year. And I feel bad that I kind of let her down. You know, I was never able to be that parent to just show up at any school things. Now I have an 8-year-old, and she asks me constantly to do things, you know, come to the school, come on this field trip. And I can't do that because of my past mistakes for when I just became an adult. Again, I am truly sorry for everything I did. Since then, I have done, excuse me, a lot of work in the community. I've been serving on nonprofit board of directors for the past 4 or 5 years. I've did volunteer work with the Road Home. I've worked with the United Way of Dane County for the past 5 years. I've even started my own small business because it's hard to get a job when you got a criminal background. Excuse me, the reason I'm asking for the pardon is because I do acknowledge my mistakes in my past. And I am a better person than what I was when I was 22, 23 years old. I am not that person anymore. I am 43 years old now, the mom of 2. And I just want my kids to know that it is good out here in this world. And it is people who make mistakes, but that don't mean that they're a bad person. You know, we all come against hard times, but that doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. I have been trying to continue my education and further my career, but as I said, with the background, with my criminal background, it's kind of hard to get a job that is going to pay you well, cost of living. I have recently completed the certification for peer specialist. I am now a certified peer specialist for the state of Wisconsin. I am currently working with EDO for job placement and doing continual education classes. I've done classes with Urban Triage, and just giving back to the community is what I do. You can find me at a lot of community events giving back. I've walked State Street handing out socks on Christmas Eve, to preparing Thanksgiving dinners for families at the Salvation Army homeless shelter or the YWCA homeless shelter. So I do recognize that I did wrong and I'm trying to get better. So that is the reason I asked for the pardon today is, again, I do apologize for my mistakes, but I am not that person anymore. I am a mother trying to make a great path and future for my kids now today.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. I want to see if we have questions from our board members. Any questions for Ms. Whitehead? Reverend Hancock.
Mo, as part of the application process, we asked the judge in the county to review your case. And in this instance, Judge Flanagan, who is the judge who actually sentenced you, reviewed your pardon application and he supports it. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I was elated. Like, just because I do like partially remember him and he was very strict, you know, told me like, Mo, you're headed down the wrong path, get yourself together. So for him to recognize that I did take his advice and go down the right path and get myself together, for him to write that letter, I was elated. It made me feel that somebody sees the work that I'm doing to better myself.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? No? All right, excellent. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Whitehead, for your time and for sharing your story with us today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Damian McClendon.
Hello. Hello. Hey.
There we go. Hello, Mr. McClendon. Welcome.
All right. How you doing? How you doing there?
Excellent. How are you?
Overjoyed knowing that I got this far so far.
Great. Well, we're going to turn it over to you for a brief summary. Do you need me to repeat the questions?
No, I think I got it. If I don't hit one, just kind of give me a remembering.
Take it away.
My name is Damian McClendon. I am actually 50 years old. Lived in Wisconsin all my life. Went to Milwaukee High School of the Arts, raised by my mother. Went to the military right after high school. When I got out, while I was in the military, I was going for nursing. Got out, I was going to school for nursing for 3.5 years. I was a year away from my clinicals. I had a daughter while I was in the military. Let me see. After the military, well, when I was in the military going to school, I had a daughter's mother in one ear, and I had my stepfather in my ear about working and stuff. So I got into flooring. I've been doing flooring ever since after that. And then within the years of me being a flooring installer, I caught the marijuana charge and things like that. So it's pretty much where I'm at right now, trying to get my felony, get rid of my felony. So other than that, that's pretty much where I'm at. I'm still doing flooring. I've been, I'm Pergo. If anybody heard of that black-in stuff, flooring, I'm Pergo certified. I'm CFI, which is a certified flooring installer. If anybody heard of Karastan Carpets, which is one of the top leading carpets there is, I'm Karastan certified. I've been in multi-people's houses, rehab houses. For one, I've done, when Ray Allen played for the Bucks, I did his house. I worked in Senator Darling's house. I do know Gordy Boucher. I knew Artie Von Slater before he passed away, rest in peace. There are multi-projects everywhere, you name it. But this is what I do. I'm a flooring installer ever since then. Other than that, that's pretty much about it. I guess on the first question, my offense is I got caught with possession of marijuana. I was driving. If I can explain my scenario, how I got caught was I left work. Okay, I was at work. Even earlier that day, a gentleman brought my marijuana to me where I was working. So after I got done working, I went to the gas station down the street from my house. Pulled up in front of my house. There was no parking, so I made a U-turn. I lived at that point in time on 35th Street on 35th and Hour. Made a U-turn. Police pulled me over. I figured he probably pulled me over because I made a U-turn, and my work van at that point in time, I had a car accident like 3-4 days before the incident when I got busted with the marijuana. I had hydroplaned into a box truck. So when the police officer pulled me over, I had the accident. I figured he's pulling me over because I made a U-turn on 35th Street, which is kind of a busy street. I had my driver license, insurance for the van, and the incident report for the accident. Well, he kind of didn't pay attention, and he just asked me if I had guns or weapons in the car. I was like, no, I just got my tool pouch on me, for my knives, for cutting carpet or whatnot. Pulled me out the van, put me in the police car. He said, you're not under arrest. I'm just going to search the vehicle. I was like, why? Searched the vehicle, found my bag of marijuana that was in my van, stashed in the back because I was driving, because I knew I'm not supposed to have marijuana. And they arrested me, and I became a felon after that. I went to jail, bailed out, went to court, and I got charged as a felon. Been living like that ever since. And to me is disgrace. It's a black cloud over my head every day. You wake up like, dang, I'm a felon, and it's like, try to keep my life straight. I've been married. I got married. Actually, to be my anniversary this Sunday on the 16th, it'll be 12 years since this incident has happened. I have a son, or I have a daughter who's 32 years old. She has my twin granddaughters. They'll be actually 10 on the Monday, the 17th. They was born right after our anniversary. My son, who is now 25 years old, he has a son, my grandson just turned 3 last Monday, on the 3rd. He turned 2 on the 3rd of last Monday. When I got married, I inherited a son, Harold. He's 26. He's awesome. Goes to UW. He lives on the east side. He's a sous chef right now. Does great. My wife, she works at a dental office. She just got her degree for massage therapy. And it's just, I just take care of bills and kids in this house. My mother, I take care of her because she has cancer now. So I do all her running around because with all the COVID and everything, I don't want her out here. So I take her to every doctor's appointment, I take her to Walgreens if she wanted Coles cash. I do all that, running for her. I pick up groceries for her. I do all this. But I work late hours as a contractor, and it's just, after all these years, it's a headache being a felon. It's like, it's not me no more. It's not my lifestyle. So I'm asking Governor Evers to pardon me because it's not cool. Other than that, what have I done since then? I kind of explained that when I've been talking. I've been a contractor. I take care of kids. I take care of my mother. I know some people out here has been in organizations. I really don't have time to organize, go out to organizations, but I do talk to kids around my neighborhood. There was a Sherman riot thing a couple years back because a police officer shot somebody. Kids around here acting a fool. I'm talking to kids like, stop this. It don't make no sense. All you do is messing our neighborhood up more, getting the police involved, making it rough for us, and talk to people out here. That's what I do. I talk to people, I tell them, do what's right, don't do this, don't do that. That's my advice to people. Since then, I will have to say I bought a Corvette. I turned 50 last year, so I bought myself a Corvette. And I'm in the Corvette Club, Brew City Corvette Club, which I have met my Barnes dad, Jesse Barnes. He's in my group. Cool guy. But we just did Juneteenth parade. We did a Racine parade. We done charities to raise money for the Children's Health Hospital. So I do things like that now because I'm getting older, and having a car like that, you do things and you hang out with all these old school guys and retired policemen and firemen and things. So it's kind of cool. But just to live as a felon, it's not cool. I've had, when I applied for this, I had letters written. And when I said it to people, I was like, hey, I got to talk to you one-on-one. They pulled me in the office. I pulled them off to the side and I was like, hey, can you write me a letter, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, for what? I told him I'm a felon. He looked at me. He's like, you're a felon? I'm like, yeah, I'm a felon for marijuana. And some of them was just dash blast. It's just like, wow, I didn't even know. Well, you know what? I don't carry myself as a felon because I carry myself professionally because I work in people's houses. I'm a people person. Ain't none of their business I'm a felon because my work don't show felon. We work on Lake Drive to New Berlin to wherever they send me. And I don't carry myself. My work speaks for me and what I do. And I think I'm one of the best carpet installer flooring guys out here there today because I carry my head high. Might because of the felon, because I know I'm better. And so I work hard. I come home to the wife and take care of bills, and it's just something I need to get off my back.
Thank you, Mr.
try to become.
McClendon.
Yes.
I want to see if we have any questions for you from fellow board members here.
Yes, please.
Any questions? Jerry.
The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office supports your pardon application. How does that make you feel?
My heart's jumping right now. I kind of want to give a cry, but that's awesome, man. It's totally awesome. That's awesome. That's the best thing I can really say, man. It really makes my day right now.
Yeah, almost as good as your Corvette, right?
Probably a little better, so I could drive it. Better without having to worry about getting stopped and asking them I'm a felon or something. But yeah, it's totally awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you, sir.
Other questions? Mr. McClendon, I had just one for you.
Yes.
And it's not about your original felony, but I see in 2010, a temporary restraining order was granted against you. And it looks like there were some battery charges that were dismissed around the same time. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on?
Me and my son's mother was fighting. We didn't see eye to eye whatsoever. We were fighting, arguing. They ran downtown, because you get a restraining order. As soon as they arrested me and let me out, she wasn't my wife then, but now she's my wife. We went right across the street. I got a restraining against her too. It was just one of those back and forth, baby mama, baby daddy drama thing, But to this day, like right now, we talk. We're cool. She's actually back from Texas, but we're actually kind of cool right now. But that's all that was. That wasn't just fighting and arguing. You know, it just we didn't see eye to eye. We was together 16 years. We had a son my son Mackenzie, he's 25 right now. But at that point in time, he was 12 when we were separating, and it's just one of those things. I mean, just to get back at, you know, because she lived in my house. We just fought and argued. We just weren't the same. Like we just didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. You know, I go camping, I go fishing. She don't do that type of stuff. I was just a different way of life.
Okay,
Nothing,
thank you. Thank you for telling us about that. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. McClendon. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning and appreciate you taking the time to be with us.
Thank you for having me, and y'all have a great weekend.
You as well. All right, our next applicant is Tawana Jackson, who I believe I saw. There we are. Hi, Ms. Jackson, how are you?
Okay, I'm okay. How are you?
Excellent. I'm going to turn it over to you. Just let me know if you need me to repeat the questions that we'd like you to answer.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Tawana Jackson. Thank you for this opportunity. I want the pardon board to know there are some things that I have done that I'm not proud of. Those things I deeply regret, not only because they have affected my life, but also because I realize how it must have affected the lives of the victims involved in my case. On July 22nd, 2004, I went into a Home Depot and purchased some items and gift cards. I done so as an agreement for my personal gain. I was a 20-year-old single mother struggling, working a temporary job with minimum income. On this particular day, I was carpooling to Green Bay Correctional Institution, where my daughter's father was incarcerated at the time. This was something him and a couple of other inmates had arranged. One of the ladies that rode with me on that day asked if we could make a stop. When we arrived, she said that I could buy some things and to just write in the total, like the amounts of the totals, which were like the areas on the check that she left blank. I can remember the feeling that came over me at that time. I was like extremely nervous. It was a feeling like in my stomach that I just can't explain. But I still done it. I was arrested on that day and later convicted, I think in December of 2004, I was convicted of uttering forgery, party to a crime as a felon, as a felony charge. I was sentenced to 1 year probation. I successfully completed the probation. And shortly after, in 2006, I was out. I went to do some shopping for my children, knowing that I didn't have all of the money. I was arrested for issue of worthless check. At that very moment, I knew this was something I would never do again. I was sentenced to 1 year probation for that conviction. I have not written a bad check nor misused any bank accounts since then, and I never will. Since my conviction, I have made improvements in my life. I have completed my high school education. After learning a high school program that I had originally gone to complete my high school courses, wasn't accredited, I obtained my GED through the Milwaukee Area Technical College, where I also graduated from the cosmetology program. Today, I am a 39-year-old mother of 5, 2 grandchildren, and my 2 adult daughters, who were 4 and 2 at the time of my conviction, are both wonderful working women. My husband and I have rededicated our life to Christ. We are members, in my opinion, of one of the best church homes in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where on January 1st, 2023, we were baptized. Because it had been a really hard couple of years in our marriage, we continue our marital counseling. I volunteered in various capacities. I volunteer with my church as much as I can. I recently tried to volunteer with our Sunday Fun Day. It's our youth services, and they do a background check. And I was so, I won't say embarrassed, but I felt like I didn't want them to have a glimpse of my background because of who they know me as today. So I didn't even follow through with the volunteer once they gave me the paperwork to do the background check. And that was one of the things that I want to eliminate with the pardon. I have continued to volunteer in other capacities, cleaning, assisting seniors in community-based residential facilities, and in childcare. I'm currently studying to complete my degree in early childhood education program. I'm a registered CNA with the goal of becoming a nurse. I am a level 7 on the child care registry, on the Wisconsin Child Care Registry, which has helped me to land my current position as assistant director at a child care establishment. And even so, the felony conviction is still a barrier for me. With the pardon, the barriers of not being able to complete my nursing degree, not being able to become a licensed child care provider, limited employment, and housing opportunities will be removed. A pardon will allow me the opportunity to fulfill my goals and dreams, to do the things that I am so passionate about. A pardon will allow me to serve my community and surrounding cities throughout Wisconsin as a traveling nurse. A pardon will also provide stability, the confidence that I lack when applying for certain positions or housing in certain communities, and it will most definitely provide peace. Again, thank you guys for this opportunity to even be considered. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We really appreciate your story. I just want to see if we have any questions from the board for you. Cindy.
Good morning, Ms. Jackson. Between the time you submitted your application and you resubmitted because there was an incident in 2022. Can you just talk about where that is? So that this is your current husband?
No, my husband and I have been married for 12 years as of July 9th. I'm so grateful for that. Back in, I want to say 2021, we just began to have some hard times, and maybe a couple years before that, but we were kind of working on things amongst ourselves in our household, and it just became a bit much. So we separated for a little while.
Okay.
So I kind of got involved with this guy who meant me no good, and I didn't see that right away. So him and I started dating, and this was all during my separation. And also knowing that there was an opportunity that my husband and I would get back together, because to be honest, it wasn't anything that was like dead, like we're gonna get a divorce, which is the reason why we haven't divorced. So with this guy, he was involved with the young lady. He wasn't totally honest to myself, and I later learned in court to the lady who he was with. So she kind of seen us talking, and it was even after I had cut things off with this guy. I kind of blocked him and things like that. And he seen me. We were standing out talking, and she approached us. Right away, I thought it would be like a direct contact with just him because they were together. But she came at me. She grabbed a metal bat and she came at me. And I did say to her, "Don't swing that bat at me. Like, if you swing that bat at me, like, I'm going to kick your ass." I kind of said that. And that was only like a defense response. So when she took off, I got in my car and I drove away. Like I said, she was the aggressor, and I never, ever thought that she had called the cops. I learned that this lady knew more about me than I ever expected. She knew that I had this felon conviction. So her story with me, she said that I pointed a gun at her. In my opinion, feel like she said that only because she knew that I was a convicted felon. She even made it very clear to the officers, like, this is her name. Well, this is what I read in the report when I received it. She said that this is her current name and this is her maiden name, and she's a felon. She's a felon. So she did it because of my previous interaction with her kid's father. I went on to court, and the charge was dismissed and the restraining order also was dismissed. I right away let the Pardon Advisory Board know what was going on, and they just asked that I update my application, and that's what I have done.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I just want to add that today, even then, like, I have no dealings with this guy, none whatsoever. I don't talk to him. I don't see him. I blocked him on social media, my cell phone. Like, there's no connection at all with him. My focus in a relationship is solely with my husband.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I think Reverend Hancock had a question. There you go. Hope you're on mute though.
Ms. Jackson, the judge in Fond du Lac County reviewed your pardon application and they support it. How does that make you feel?
It made me feel wonderful. It made me feel like all that I've done to maintain what I could do with my name and with my life has been recognized. I feel like it gave me a little hope, and it increased my faith in my application process to be considered for a pardon. It also let me know that the criminal justice system is a forgiving system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. No questions for me, so thank you for your time and for speaking with us today, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. You too. You guys have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
David Chalice is our next applicant. Mr. Chalice, I can see you. Excellent. So we'll turn it over to you to briefly answer those questions that I read at the beginning. Just let me know if you need me to repeat them, and then we'll see if board members have any questions for you. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your time. I was 42 years ago, I was 22 years old. I was unemployed and made dumb decisions by selling and smoking marijuana. The police entered my house with a search warrant and found THC I had in my residence. I did not contest it, allegations. I took full responsibility with the police and the judge. Full acceptance and served my prison time. I was driving.
I think it's working.
Next charge, I was driving in Brown County with Pat, and I was smoking marijuana again, and we got pulled over by police, and he had some on him, and the officer searched the car with my permission. I struggled with addiction. I made very poor choices to assist Pat that day. And that's my firearm. After a disagreement with about theft of money, a roommate called the police on my childhood shotgun. I purchased it when I was 17 years old. When questioned by the officer, I immediately informed him that I had a firearm in my closet. I took the officer right to the closet and turned over the firearm. It was unloaded and I didn't have no ammunition. I understood that I should have been more diligent to not have a firearm because I was a felon, and was poor oversight by my part. At court, I took responsibility and admitted fault to the judge at the first hearing. After hearing, the judge agreed to even turn over the firearm, my shotgun, to my dad for keeping. And what I did after my sentence is oh no, during my sentence, I took opportunities offered me to further my skills in construction field. I had classes in masonry and carpentry, completed all my courses. After my release, I continued my education at NWTC, the technical school, to complete a 2-year welding course. I am 64 years old, retired construction worker from the laborers union, 330. I live on my earned pension. I own my own house for 38 years. I have a good credit rating. I feel very blessed in my life. I spent all my life working hard as I could to do better for myself as an honest citizen who could provide and contribute to the community. I know I had been not perfect, having slipped up with substance abuse, but a pardon would be a life-changing and give me the verification working so hard to turn my life around. And be a better person. I have support from my family, friends, a history in my time of need. They help me in the time of need. I help them. So that's what I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chalice. We're gonna see if board members have any questions for you. Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chalice. Couple of questions. You state in your application that you overcame your addictions. What's your current status regarding alcohol or drug use?
I do use alcohol, but I do not use marijuana no more.
Okay.
So
Okay. Do you, I noticed you've had 3 OWIs. Do you
yeah,
have
I learned a lot from that, you know. I do not drive and drink, you know,
Okay.
and I try to drink, be responsible, I guess now, you know.
My other question is, it appears that in 2014, you had an operating after revocation offense. Can you talk about that?
Well, I was working at Bay Ship and I was riding with a guy and he couldn't make it. Well, it was overtime on Sunday and I got the opportunity to work. So I parked in a parking lot where we park. And policemen must have run around checking license plates and found out that I didn't have a driver's license. So then he waited there. So when I got in my car and I started driving home, he pulled me over. So it was a dumb mistake, but I guess I wanted to go to work, you know, and it wasn't a smart move to take my car, but I didn't have no other ride, so I had to be at the work meeting place at 6 o'clock, so it's not easy to get buses or whatever, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Chalice? Jerry?
Mr. Chalice, the DA and the judge in Oconto County who reviewed your application support your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel better, you know, because I've been working hard all my life. I did slip up and not, you know, and do dumb stuff, and so I'm really proud I got that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. So Mr. Chalice, will thank you for your time this morning and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Our last applicant from the 830 group is Christopher Henry. Mr. Henry, are you in the Zoom? I see a square for Mr. Henry.
Hello?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
I don't know how to Mine has, okay, it says start my video.
There we go. Perfect. All right, Mr. Henry, we'll turn it over to you.
Before Mr. Henry starts, Mr. Henry, I was the judge on your case, so I will not be participating in the consideration of your pardon application, so.
You did look familiar, and you looked familiar. So I mean, I don't know too many judges, so yeah, you did look familiar. And okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Henry. Go ahead.
Okay, this particular day happened on a Friday, 1997, February. My mother and I, we worked across the street from each other. I was working through a temp service. She would park in our garage. So I would get a ride from her to work. And at this particular time, I was just getting back on my feet. So this particular day, the boss took me into her office and she was like, Christopher, you're here doing a wonderful job. I was working through a temp service. She was like, we want to hire you on full time. She presented the package to me. It just blew my mind. I mean, I was totally elated. So we got off of work that night, my mother and I, and we went to the gas station. I went into the trunk and I had some weed, put it in my pocket, went into the gas station, was standing in line, talking to this guy. He kept looking over my shoulder. I kind of looked over my shoulder too, and I seen these two white guys, but I never in my wildest dreams thought that they were cops. So when I got up to the counter, I paid my mother's gas, and as soon as I turned around, these guys had guns pointed to my head, and they were like, freeze, don't move. Went into my pocket and pulled out this bag of weed. So at that particular point, I was charged with felony. Not sure how I feel about it. I was not a felon, first and foremost. I never really committed any type of violent crimes or anything. Since this has happened, I wasn't able to get a living wage job or anything. That particular job that I had got that day, they didn't. They found out about the marijuana, and they didn't hire me. So I wasn't ever able to get a job. Because of the felony. I've been walking around with this black cloud over my head for the last 23, 24, 25 years. I did start doing my own thing. I bought a truck, trailer, lawnmowers. I went out and ever since then, I've been self-sustaining. The last few years, I've been getting disability for post-traumatic stress syndrome. Other than that, I went and took a humanities class at UWM. I have a class that I need to take to finish my degree. I want to get into counseling, helping the homeless, because I actually go get homeless people and have them work with me if I got a little job or something, and I treat them as humans. So I'm asking for a pardon because I want to get certified and I want to start helping people. I'm 60 years old. I think I got another 10 years left in me, as far as working and stuff is concerned. I have my health and my strength. And I'm just happy to have this opportunity. My mother, she actually, after she worked for the city of Milwaukee, she worked for the governor's office in the city of Milwaukee, and she kept bringing me home packets to do that, to file for a pardon. But it wasn't. I kept telling her it wasn't the 7 years wasn't up. And then when the 7 years got up, Scott Walker got into office and he wasn't accepting any pardons. So my mother, she was in her deathbed, she was dying, and I told her, "Ma, I got my pardon in." And the nurse was like, "She can understand what you're saying." So I hope she took that to heaven with her. And I hope you guys consider me.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. And I know we have some questions for you. I'll start with Cindy.
Hi, Mr. Henry. One of the parts of the application process, it's not required, but applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you did not submit any, and I'm wondering why not.
Well, first of all, I live in the city by myself. I have no relatives. I have very few friends, and I don't know a lot of people and stuff. I know a lot of people, but not for that. I just never bothered anybody about it.
Okay.
But I can tell you this. I did tell people about it, and they're like, "Chris, you're gonna get it." So.
I appreciate that. Just another question for you. There was a 1999 resisting for which you were fined, and a 2017 trespass to land for which you were fined. Can you tell us about each of those incidents?
The resisting, I never resisted, so I don't know about resisting. But the trespassing, I do junking. I go around and pick up junk and stuff from people, and it's a thin line. I used to pick up junk from this one company, and I guess they got new people that work there, so I would go there and stuff, and then the people asking me what am I doing there or whatever. So that's how I ended up getting a trespass. They called the police on me, and I ended up getting a trespass and ticket for that.
Okay.
And there's a couple other little ordinances and stuff too.
Thank you.
I have. But
Thank
no
you, sir.
crimes. I haven't committed any crimes in 26 years or so.
Other questions for Mr. Henry? Jerry.
Mr. Henry, the current judge and DA in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. How does that make you feel?
Redeemed, because I went to court. I went down there for something one time, and the lady was like, "You got a felony on your record. You should." She said the marijuana laws and stuff had changed. You should write the judge and see if they can take and reduce it or something. And I did. I wrote the judge, but they said that I had to have some type of legal something, and for them to support me, I'm very appreciative.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. All right, I don't see any other questions. So we'll let you go about the rest of your morning. Thank you for your time with us today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, we're running just a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to go ahead and move right into our 10 o'clock applicants. And before we get started, I will just very briefly go over our housekeeping items again and introduce our board members, because I know some folks have joined the Zoom since the morning. So for our 10 o'clock applicants, my name is Mel Barnes. I am the governor's chief legal counsel and a member of the Pardon Board. Our other board members on the screen with us today, we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who's the director of the Prison Ministry Project, and he previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and an administrator at the Department of Justice. We also have Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Call's nominee on the board. He served as a judge on the Milwaukee County Circuit Court for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We also have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. And she also served as a division administrator under 2 attorney generals. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. Ms. Warrington is a U.S. Army veteran, and she has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for 11 years. We did have another board member, Nadia Perez-Reyes, who had to drop off due to some internet issues. So if she's able to rejoin us, I will introduce her at that time. But otherwise, we're going to go ahead and start hearing from our applicants. We'll go in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. And we will ask applicants to have their cameras turned off and themselves muted until it's their turn to speak, just so that the board can focus on the applicant before us at the time. Each applicant will have about 3 to 4 minutes to tell us their story and answer the questions that we sent ahead of the hearing. As a reminder, those questions are giving us a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, and then a brief statement about why you think you should receive a pardon from the governor. Once we have heard from all the applicants, the board will meet in closed session to consider applications, and applicants need a majority support of the board members present to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make a final determination on those applications. So with that, I will go ahead and call our first applicant, who is Richard Ballack. Mr. Ballack.
Hello.
Hello, we can see you.
Okay, good. This is my first Zoom meeting. I'm pretty nervous here. So.
Well, welcome. Can you tell me if I'm pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Bulk.
Bulk, thank you. All right, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Bulk.
All right, good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Richard Bulk. I am 56 years old, and I am looking for a pardon for my April 20th, 1997 eluding an officer offense over 25 years ago. On that evening, I was out at the bar to celebrate my birthday. Having had many people buy me drinks and shots, I took my house keys off of my key ring, knowing I had too much to drink and should not be driving. A friend said he would bring me home. As the night went on, I had more drinks and more shots. Somehow I ended up behind the wheel of my car. What a stupid and idiotic decision that was. I must have been heading home, and an officer saw me driving on the wrong side of the road. He attempted to pull me over, and I did not stop, turning into a house driveway, going around a house and a shed, and through a field, and ended up in a golf course driveway. What a stupid, life-changing decision that was for me. I got out of my car and fled on foot, only to fall in the woods. I myself, in such a drunken condition, I don't recall any of this. But I am very thankful that nobody was hurt, killed because of my stupidity. I was sentenced to 30 days for the eluding the officer charge and 40 days for my third OWI. And I had to put an ignition interlock in my vehicle for 27 months. Fortunately for me, my employer, the Bolt Company, stuck with me, and I was able to work under Huber privileges during my incarceration. In the summer of 1999, I was dispatched to work at the Red Granite Correctional Institute. Having just built my first house before my arrest, I spent roughly a year driving down and helping build it with my ignition interlock in my vehicle. Knowing this would be my next home when I got my driving privileges back, if I didn't stop driving when I was drinking. Shortly after my arrest, I met Amy. If I had met her sooner, things would have been much different. She went to counseling with me, supported me throughout my incarceration, She helped me kick my binge drinking habit. We got married in the fall of 1999 and have been married since. We had our first son, Alex, in February of 2001 and Austin in 2002. I supported them in sports, having coached them and their friends and classmates in flag football, soccer, league baseball, tournament baseball, and everyday life. Amy and I got involved with many sports support clubs in Freedom. While I was coaching, she was running the concession stand at the Ball Diamond. I supported my kids and my family in whatever they do. I've been employed by the Bolt Company for over 27 years and a member of the Operating Engineers Local 139 for over 33 years. Since my arrest, I have become a certified forklift operator and multiple crane certifications through the National Commission for the Certification of Crane Operators and other classes through our Union Training Center. Unfortunately, because of my felony, there are certain job sites that I'm not allowed to go on. I've gone from being ashamed and embarrassed for my actions on that evening to using it as a teaching tool for my family, friends, nieces, nephews, and coworkers. That getting behind the wheel while intoxicated can have life-changing effects. I enjoy fishing with Amy and my boys as a family with hopes of taking them to Canada someday for a fishing trip. I am an avid bow hunter and love going with my oldest son, Alex. Austin is showing some interest and has gone target shooting with his brother. A pardon would allow me to join them in more activities because I love to spend as much time with them as I can and potentially my grandkids someday. I am not the same person that I was 25 years ago. I have a .02 BAC stamped on my driver's license, but I treat it as a .00 BAC. I've not had any amount of alcohol and gotten behind the wheel of any motor vehicles since that night. I am thankful no one was hurt, possibly killed during my drunken, stupid activity, and I've learned from my mistakes. I thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Do we have any questions from the board? Nope. All right, seeing none, it looks like they're all answered by your application and your statement today. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Audie Murphy, who I believe I saw on the Zoom. There we are. Mr. Murphy, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Oh, there is your camera. All right, welcome. We'll turn it over to you in just a second, but I believe Judge Kremers has a statement beforehand.
I already know.
Good morning.
I already know.
Morning, Murphy. You may recall I was the judge on your case. So because of that, I'm not going to participate in this proceeding this morning with respect to your application. So thank you for your consideration and understanding.
Of course, of course.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Murphy, we'll turn it over to you.
Question one, briefly summarize my offenses and how they went. I have a multitude of sentences: driving without owner's consent, possession with intent to deliver THC, possession with intent to deliver cocaine, and resisting arrest. And if I'm not mistaken, there's somewhere in there with felony possession of a firearm, if I'm not mistaken. All those crimes, you know, I admitted, I took accountability. Majority of them I was sent to Department of Corrections to do extensive amount of time. I think I did about 9 years total. Not all at once, just periodically. What have I done since my offense? Well, I obtained my degree at Waukesha College for computer science, after which I obtained a network engineering position at Alliance for Strong Families and Communities, downtown Milwaukee. In 2018-ish, 19, I was able to obtain my license for group home. I currently own 3 group homes. One is Devoted Hearts. The other one is not really a group home, it's a foster care home. It's called Differently Able. And I also got a contract with Waukesha County where I provide respite care, where I send employees out to provide respite care for higher level need kids. My group home, Devoted Hearts, it's very, very special. It's a group home for teens ranging from the ages 11 to 17. We focus on substance abuse, anger management, and cognitive self-change, employability, and financial literacy. I also in partnership with the LGBTQ Center in Milwaukee, where we kind of, specialize in LGBTQ segments. Differently Abled is a foster care home in Milwaukee. It's the actual first foster care home that's ran like a group home, and we focus on autism or higher level need kids. I also have purchased over 6 rental property, so I'm providing assistance and support and services for individuals in the city of Milwaukee. One of my properties will be possibly transitioning to a shelter for the LGBTQ community. I'm currently in an email with the directors that's in charge of that to see how we both can put our brains together and make things work. In my off time, hobby time, I do some side work for a property management company called True Property Management. And that actually gives me the opportunity for the boys in my group home to actually come with me and work with drywall painting, minor electrical, minor plumbing, and to teach them, tools that they need to survive outside of, the day-to-day operation that goes on in the group home. I am here today to ask for a pardon because I've, accepted my accountability. I did my time in prison. I've got out of prison, successfully completed all my programs, all my restitutions are paid. I don't even think I had restitutions. I'm giving back to the community. I'm doing a great job with these boys. My facility's been open for a little bit over 6 years. I also give back to the community by hiring or giving individuals, employees a second chance. So for the young boys that we provide services for, that gives them a hard look on what it looks like. And, we've been through that. It's easy for us to, teach them, transition them, push them in the right direction, show them the resources that we may have missed when we was growing up. So there's opportunities still in my life that, that hinders me where, well, let's talk about your felonies, or I almost got disqualified for owning a group home because of my criminal background. But the fact that I, stayed with it and let the state know, like, hey, I'm the guy for the job, and they gave me a chance, and I've been doing extremely well. So I'm here to ask for a pardon, for forgiveness. That's
Thank
me.
you, Mr. Murphy.
That's me and my story.
Thank you. Questions from the board for Mr. Murphy? Cindy.
Hi, Mr. Murphy.
Hey.
Congratulations on all you've accomplished in the last decade or so. I want to ask you about the 2016 violation of the domestic abuse TRO that's listed. Can you talk about that?
I was in a relationship with a woman, and I walked away from it. She came up to my job at Alliance for Strong Families and Communities. We both put restraining orders out on each other. We went to court. Oh, no. So she put a restraining order out on me. I did not know. I was pulled over by a cop, and he told me that I had a warrant out for my arrest. I'm like, no, I don't. He's like, yes, you do. So I'm like, okay, where do I take care of it at? I went to court, heard the the criminal complaint. I'm confused. So I bailed myself out, went to court. Allegedly, the woman, after her restraining order, she called herself 3 times restricted, called the police and said, I did it. That's where the warrant came from. So I went to trial. I was found not guilty for knowingly breaking a restraining order, and I never heard back from the woman or the situation after that.
Okay. Just one more question. We have a lot of applicants that committed a criminal offense when they were 17 or 18, and you started when you were 17, but your criminal behavior continued till you were 31.
Yeah.
And so what clicked at that point, and why did it take so long?
It took so long because I didn't have a goal. I didn't have the role model that I really desired and needed. I couldn't find myself. What made it click was I had a daughter out here. And I felt like, what can I do for my daughter? If I die today, what can I leave my daughter? What kind of example can I leave for my daughter? So when I got out of prison, I just aggressively attacked things that I, desire, that I like, that I, can set a better example for her. And needless to say, 2 years ago, as soon as I started getting my life together, my daughter was murdered on 86 in Silver Spring by her boyfriend. He just got convicted, I think last couple months ago. So now I don't have my daughter. I have a memorial here in my house with my daughter, but everything that I do now, I'd be like, I wish my daughter was here.
Yeah.
She was there for the daddy's gone, daddy's in prison, daddy's doing bad, daddy can't get it together. But now that I'm getting it together, like, oh my God, I never thought in a million years I'll be burying my own daughter.
Yeah.
So, and actually I was working at the group home when I got the call of the murder, and, that gave me, I could have did 1,000,001 stupid things, but I said, these boys need me in this group home. I made enough bad mistakes. I need to set a better example for everybody. So a lot of my employees, Department of Children and Families, heard about it, and they called me like, hey, Audie, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm okay. And I kind of blame it on myself, because if I wouldn't have made the mistakes that I made back then, I would have been there for my daughter to set a better example in the future. You know what I mean? So
I'm very sorry to hear about that loss.
Yeah.
So thank you for your response.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Murphy? Looks like none. All right. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Appreciate your time and you sharing your story with us today. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I log off or no?
You can. Yep. You're free to go about the rest of your day.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. And our next applicant is Louis Kruger, I believe is on the Zoom.
All right, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
Okay, hang on here. Start video. For some reason. I can't get into where it says start video on my iPhone here. Allow Zoom.
Well, that's
Allow
okay.
Zoom.
I'll tell you what, we can hear you. Why don't we just go ahead with audio for now? And we'll see if the video kicks in. So we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Kruger.
Okay, you can hear me now, still hear me fine?
Yep, you're good.
So I was convicted arrested in July of 92. It's been almost 31 years to the day. And I was sentenced on February 8th. I was sentenced on sale of cocaine and 2-year sentence for reckless endangerment. On the night that I was arrested, I had a plainclothes police officer stick a gun into my window of my truck, and I was high as a kite. I took off and I made the mistake. I hit him with the mirror on my truck as I took off. Thank God to this day that he was not seriously injured, because that was not the real me doing that. I started serving my sentence on the 8th of February. Majority of my time I spent at Fox Lake Correctional Institution. During my time at Fox Lake, I participated in the veterans group. I also was one of the leading founders of a Narcotics Anonymous group there at Fox Lake. I served 2 years and 10 months. I was released in October of 1995. While I was incarcerated, I went to college through UW Fond du Lac on Pell Grants, and came within 3 credits of getting my Associate of Fine Arts degree. And before I could finish the program, the government cut out the Pell Grants. As you know, Pell Grants are given out on the basis of income, while as a inmate, I was making $27 a month. So my income was such where I qualified. So once my Pell Grant was taken away from me, I went through a 6-month refrigeration servicing program that was accredited through Marine Park Technical College. Upon my release in October of 95, I got hired by a local sheet metal contractor here in Wausau. I served a 5-year apprenticeship, and now I've been in the trade for the last 27 years, and I've attained journeyman status in the Sheet Metal Workers Union of America. Upon my release from prison in October of 95, I had 2 hours of community service to take care of, and I started out speaking to groups of people who had been arrested for drunk drivers in Marathon County here. And that kind of blossomed into, over the past 15 years, I've spoken all the high schools here 2-3 times in the Wausau area. I've been a very adamant speaker as far as I believe it's a lot easier for groups that you speak to, that it's easier for them to listen to somebody who's actually, as I say, walk the walk and talk the talk. I have not been involved in drugs, no indication, no altercations with the police, other than maybe some speeding tickets over the last 31 years. In 2010, I went out on my own. I've got my own HVAC contracting business here in Wausau, in which now I've kind of taken a step back. I'm 66 years old, started collecting Social Security, and I'm also a caregiver for my wife who suffers from multiple sclerosis. Reason for my pardon, I can't tell you how many times over the last 27 years I've hit roadblocks for places that I have worked for. I apologize with the phone ringing in the background here. Roadblocks as far as places where I was allowed to work in Wausau and not. The hospital was one. A couple of the paper mills I could not because of my felony. The main reason is I believe that I've went above and beyond. And I mean, what I did was wrong. I fully take blame. That was a stupid period of my life. Never was involved in drugs at all until I went in the Navy in '79 and had 2 tours overseas in the Southeast Asian Theater. And back then, in the Navy, at least it was that way in the Navy, drugs were pretty rampant, and it was just taken as, you know, pretty much everybody did it. And it just transpired and got worse. And my cocaine addiction was what got me to the point where I was. Anybody that tells you that cocaine is not an addictive drug, you can give them my phone number and I'll tell them why I think it's an addictive drug, just to show the pain and suffering that I've caused my family, my friends, over what happened to me. I've raised 2 sons. My oldest son, who was 18 months old at the time that I got arrested, I hid the fact from them for many years that I was even convicted of a felony, and finally came to terms with it, that was the thing to do. Explain to them what I did and what I've done since then. My wife also was arrested with me, charged as a party of the crime when I got arrested, and that was totally my fault. She was not innocent in the case, but it was my fault that she ended up, you know, having to serve some time as well before I went away to prison. the other thing is I really would like to be able to take my sons up into Canada fishing before I get to a point where I can't do stuff like that anymore. I did a lot of family trips with my brother and my father in the 80s. And I'd like to be able to go across the border, but basically I just like to show other people out there who are in my situation that life is not over. There are opportunities for a person once they got to get out of prison. If you commit yourself to making yourself a better person. And I have spoke, like I said, for a period of over 15 years, and it's an ongoing thing. And now I don't speak too much anymore because I truly believe that speaking to kids today, they don't want to listen to somebody who was, in prison, did something 31 years ago. They want to know what happened to you now. So I've kind of walked a step back from that. I still have some of these gals call me and they might have one troubled student, and I have no problem going in and sitting down and telling somebody my life story. And if I can change one person's direction in their life out of the literally thousands of high school kids that I've spoken to over the years, makes it all worthwhile to me.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. I want to see if the board members have any questions for you.
Okay.
Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Krieger. As part of the process, applicants submit letters of support, which you did, but curiously, your letters are dated 2009.
So here's what happened. So here's what happened there. So I submitted those letters right at the end of Governor Doyle's governorship. As we know, Scott Walker came in for the next 8 years or however long he was. He basically abolished the pardons board in the state of Wisconsin. And that's why those letters are dated from the first time that I applied for my pardon back in the late, like 2007, 2008. That's the reason for that.
So you didn't have any updated letters
No.
of support that you wanted to submit?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Gary, question from you.
One of your letters, Mr. Kittle, was from the former sheriff of Marathon County, who is very strong in supporting your application. How does that make you feel?
Well, I got a chance to, I have a place that I inherited from my dad up in northern Wisconsin. And I never knew who Jerry Kittle was. My mom did. My brother was on the police commission here, police advisory board for years. So he was well, acquainted with my other family members. And I got to know Jerry, talking to him up there. And, he asked me, and I knew that he was the sheriff when I got arrested. And I just explained to him that guy that got arrested back in the early 1990s, that's not the same person anymore. And he just became I was really surprised when I asked him to write a letter on my behalf. That takes a lot for whether they're a retired police officer or not, to give somebody a letter of recommendation for a pardon. And I really thank him for that.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. All right, I don't see any other questions for you, Mr. Kruger, so we will let you go enjoy the rest of your morning. And thank you very much for your time and for sharing your story with the board today.
Yeah, I want to thank the pardon board for taking the time out from their busy schedule to hear my petition. So,
Thank you.
And have a great day yourself. Thank you very much.
You as well. Our next applicant is Mr. Dustin Barch, who I believe I saw. There we go. And is it Barch? Am I saying your last name correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. Good job.
All right, excellent. Well, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Barch.
Nice meeting with you all today. A brief summary of my offense. I was 17, senior in high school. I broke into my high school and vandalized it, stole some money, and got a felony off of that conviction. My sentence was 48 months of supervision, which I completed in 48 months. And I had some issues during that time, just with drugs and alcohol, and being 17 and being on probation from 18 to 21 was not a great time in my life to be on probation. Since then, since my completion, I started working at American Packaging Corporation. It's a printing outfit out of Columbus, Wisconsin. And I got a lot of opportunities with them. They provided me opportunities to move up into management, supervision, and now I'm currently in a corporate position that I serve our customers all over the country. So I'm traveling 3-4 days a week across country, Canada, South America, wherever we need to go for our customers. Since some volunteer work and stuff that I've done since then, I volunteer with Wings Over Wisconsin. It's an organization out of Mayville, Wisconsin, that does prairie restoration and projects around the state. But I help them with their like arborist stuff, where the arborist will come through and tell you what trees to cut down, and then we'll go in there with machinery and cut the trees down, clear them out so the forest can flourish. I've done some work with the Department of Resources with tagging fawns, which is really exciting. If you ever come across a fawn in the middle of the woods, it's pretty wild. Locating and tagging the fawns. And then recently just been involved with our church. My wife and I have moved to Watertown, Wisconsin, and just getting involved with my church. My daughters are going to school at the church school there, and they got a lot of stuff around the community to help out. So I help them out, setting up what I can. Just volunteer opportunities around the community. And why I think I should receive a pardon. It's been such a long time since since this happened. It's more than half my life, and I don't feel like it represents the person that I am today. I want to be a positive role model for my kids, and I have a 7-year-old stepdaughter that I'm involved with in a lot of her activities, and I recently had a baby. Well, not recently, she's 15 months now. Just starting my family and trying to do what's right for them and show them that, if you do make mistakes, that you can be forgiven for them, and it doesn't need to define you, for the rest of your life.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
Yeah.
I want to see if we have any questions for you.
Yeah.
Board members, any questions? Jerry.
Dustin, the current judge in Dodge County supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really good because I still reside in this county, and I'm a member of this community, and to see somebody in that role support me and not see me for a criminal and see me for the person I am today, that means a lot to me.
Great. Thank you.
Excellent. Other questions?
I have one.
Myrna.
Yeah, there was like a $8,000 restitution. Did you complete that?
Yes, I completed that during my supervision.
Thank you.
I started working right away after my conviction, and I kind of used that as to keep me out of trouble, and it did.
Thank you.
Yep.
Excellent. Other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Barch. I appreciate you taking the time to share your story with us today and answer our questions. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Nicholas Kramer.
Yeah, Mel, this is my recusal.
Excellent. All right. Reverend Hancock will recuse from this one. Do we have Mr. Kramer in the Zoom? I believe I saw him log in.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, we can hear you. We can't see you. There we go.
Hey.
All right, so we're ready to hear from you. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, thanks for giving me this opportunity to try and speak to my crimes and talk about everything. Everything started out in my teens. I had a friend who at the time was my best friend. We didn't have much money, and there was an idea floating around that some money could be made stealing boat propellers and reselling them on eBay. So I went with him on a few of the occasions that he went doing this. And ultimately, we were storing them, selling them on eBay. Ultimately, he met up with a undercover officer that and one of the victims. And sorry, my daughter's outside. And they were able to identify that that was one of the stolen propellers that were taken from that victim. So he was arrested and named me as an accomplice. And I did come in ultimately and give statements to the police. I did admit to other occasions that I was with at the time. So there is multiple counties that were involved in this. None of them were felonies, however. In this case, I was given the opportunity after my plea hearing. I was given about 3 months to have the opportunity to pay the restitution. I forget how much it was. I think it was right around 15,000 for this county. And if I was able to do that in the 3 months, it would be reduced to a misdemeanor. And when it came to the actual sentencing hearing, I notified the judge that I was not able to pay that amount of money. I was broke. I didn't have the money to do it. Joining me in the courtroom was my then girlfriend. Now we are married. We have 3 children together. She was pregnant, very close to giving birth to our first daughter. And the judge did direct a statement at her, which at the time I didn't quite fully understand what he was trying to do by it, but his statement included that he felt sorry for her and my unborn daughter, that they had me as a father, and I will likely not be there in the future with them. And he went on to explain that he had a prison set up for me. I believe it was red granite. It was recently built. So that set of comments had a hand in driving me to turn my life around and kind of prove him wrong. Since then, I was sentenced to 6 years probation in right around September of 2004. And 2007, I was able to pay the restitution and all fees in full. And I was granted early release from probation fully from all counts. At that time, I believe the actual release date was September 10th, 2007. Since then, I haven't had any issues with the police aside from speeding tickets. I think a couple loud stereo violations, but aside from that, I've been on the straight and narrow. I've been working as hard as I could to not only prove Judge Peter Dilts wrong, and more importantly, I was there every day of my daughter's life after she was born. She was born 2 months premature. So that was a very stressful situation. Since all of this happened, I was not able to further any real careers out of fear of being rejected. Was kind of a childhood dream to either become a police officer, a psychologist, or in the military. And recently, before any of this trouble came about, I did take the military ASVAB test through the Marines, and I did pass it, but ultimately I was not able to join because of these issues that I had. I did help push my wife, Carrie Kramer, through her schooling and supported her every way. She's now has her master's in clinical social work, and I'm very proud of her. Since then, also, I've continued with full-time employment. There has been struggles along the way, no doubt about it. But ultimately now I am a operations supervisor with Neenah Foundry, and I help guide 26 employees. I try to be more of a mentor with them at the same time as holding them accountable for everything they do. My children, I work daily to try to teach them right from wrong and hope they don't go down the same path I do. I'm sorry, they're sitting in the background. Kind of my cheerleaders. And there is one thing that I do keep thinking back on, the victim impact statements. There was one in particular, there was a father and a son that traveled from a good distance for a fishing trip. And what his boat propeller was stolen, him and his son were not able to do the fishing trip. And to this day, I still feel terrible about that. The reason I want the pardon and I'm looking for it is multiple reasons. One of them is to help further prove Judge Peter Dilts wrong. Multiple reasons. I do have a 7-year-old daughter that I am not allowed to chaperone their field trips or help them in any way because of the felony. I've tried explaining it to the schools and they still don't let it. So I'm one of the many parents that aren't allowed to join in on those activities. With the government contracts with Neenah Foundry Company, I am, however, a supervisor. I don't think I can go any further up because of the travel that's needed in those positions to certain facilities. Also, my son, who's 14, has a lot of friends that in this area, they do a lot of hunting and stuff like that with their sons. And when he comes home and talks about it, it makes me feel terrible that I can't partake in that. And he never gets those memories with me. And also my father, we were never close before any of this. We did come closer after these charges and everything. And roughly 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with silicosis. Through work, he was a maintenance personnel at Neenah Foundry. And I'm not able to gain those memories of spending real father-son time with him in a lot of the activities that he enjoys. Some of those being trap shooting, hunting, target practice, all of that. And also my wife, Carrie Kramer's godparents reside in Canada. To this day, I've never met them. I've been with her for over 18 years now, and I've never met them, and I never will unless the pardon is granted. So when she does travel there to see them, she has to go alone, which again is very depressing.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. I don't want to cut you off,
Sorry.
but I want to make sure that we have a chance to get to any questions that the board has for you. So board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Kramer? Judge Kremers.
Just a quick observation, Mr. Kramer. I appreciate all the things you've done since. And I know Peter Diltz very well. He's a friend and a former colleague. I think you would be better off to phrase it that you intend to prove him right, that this was always about challenging you to find the better half of yourself. Did it with perhaps a little reverse psychology, but
yes, and that's
that way is a better focus. But congratulations.
That's exactly what I was going to try ultimately get to, but sorry, yes.
Excellent. Well phrased either way. Any other questions for Mr. Kramer? All right. Excellent. Well, with that, we'll let you go about enjoying the rest of your morning. And thank you very much for sharing your story with us today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Christopher Oxnam, who I know I've seen in Zoom. Mr. Oxnam, I think you have heard the drill at this point, but we're going to turn it over to you for some brief statements, and we'll try to keep you to 3 or 4 minutes so that we can ask questions from you. But with that, please go ahead.
Okay, can you see me all right?
Yep.
Okay. My wife and I owned a small business back in the early 2000s. It was a home improvement business. In 2004, I wrote a check to a local lumberyard that ultimately bounced for materials for a job that I was doing. I did not know that the check was cleared at the cash register. I collected the materials, I left, I went on my way. For the next, I believe it was 4 months, they tried to get, Menards tried to get a hold of me, saying that the check bounced. They tried to get a hold of me through letters. I was always out working. My wife at the time would collect the mail. I never got any letters or anything else indicating that the check bounced. Until a process server came to the door on a Sunday morning, handed me the paperwork. Then I found out that the check bounced. Later found out that the reason the check bounced was because there were funds missing from the business account. My wife at the time was actually taking checks out of the company checkbook and spending the money, and I didn't know that she was doing this. I was asked why I did not look at the bank statements. The bank statements would have told the whole story. I had been using the ledger on the side of the checks to make sure there was enough money in there. I never had a problem. I was always spot on with the amount of money that was in the business account. And so it was never a problem. When I did go to court on this in 2007, I tried to explain to the judge that I would never have written the check if I would have known the money wasn't in there. And I was willing to pay everything back. I believe I had about half of it paid back before court, and I was willing to pay it all back right then and there. And I don't want to, speculate on what happened or anything earlier that day, but apparently the judge did not have a bad day and he did not want to hear anything I had to say. I did have a public defender at the time, and she even mentioned that, she didn't feel that I got a fair trial or anything else. I'm not making excuses for any of it. I take total responsibility. I did write the check. I should have been more diligent on keeping the account, up to date. This was back in 2007 that I was sentenced. I got 36 months probation and 100 hours of community service. If I remember right, I was even released from probation early. I now work for a trucking company that goes all over the United States and up into Canada. In order to step up my employment, I need to be able to go up into Canada. And right now I am unable to do that. I also, I'm a state certified firefighter. I went through the first responders course and everything, and I've got all that, but I am unable to get EMS or paramedic with a felony, which I would ultimately like to do there too. That's all I can really think of right now.
Thanks, Mr. Oxum. I'm going to open up to questions from the board for a second, but there was one thing I wanted to ask you about. On your application, you disclosed a restraining order filed against you in, I don't have the date in front of me, but could you just tell us a little bit about what was going on in your life at that time?
I was actually, my wife filed for divorce. That was, I think, right around 2007 after all this happened. She filed for divorce, and then during the divorce proceedings, she came in because she had a perfectly round, I don't know if it was a scar at that time or if you could actually see that it was a cut around her eye. She told the judge that I struck her, and that's why she filed for a restraining order, and that's why she was doing the divorce. That is absolutely false. What the perfectly round circle was from is her firing a firearm, and the scope came back and hit her in the eye. So her wanting the restraining order and everything else, applying for it, was totally false.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Oxum from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Oxum, the judge in Portage County, who was actually the DA in your case, has no objection to your pardon. And the district attorney in Portage County supports your application. How does that make you feel?
Very excited. I'm very, very eager to further further my employment and stuff like that. Right now, I don't do a lot of community service and stuff like that because I work 60 to 80 hours a week. Any off time I have, I'm helping other people as far as friends and stuff like that. But it makes me very excited that I could further my career with being EMT paramedic and also with work.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Oxum. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us today and share your story, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Deandra Lewis, who I know I've seen on the Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't. Oh, there you are. And there's your video. Now we can see you as well. All right, Mr. Lewis, we're going to turn it over to you, and we'll ask you to share your answers to the questions in about 3 to 4 minutes so that we have time to ask you some questions at the end.
Okay, I'll try and be quick.
Thank you.
In high school, 17 years old, I was with a group of friends who weren't the best type of friends to have, but I contributed to that friendship. So a few of us decided to commit an armed robbery. We waited at the side of a building at the end of a block while 3 of the victims approached. And once they stepped out, we pointed some BB guns at them, and we demanded their phone and a small amount of cash. I was given 9 months of probation, 9 months of house of correction time that I served. I was also given having to pay back restitution, and I was given 4 years extended supervision, which is probation. I served that with no violations, no issues. And as far as the second question, I've served hundreds of families in my local church's food pantry over 3+ years. Also, I was promoted to the deacon position, and the duties required for that position include cleaning the church 3 times a week, performing light landscaping and maintenance duties. In 2013, I married my wife and secured a full-time job as a machine operator. In 2018, we bought a home. I obtained a forklift certification through my employer in 2021, and completed leadership classes also provided by my employer. I'm currently enrolled to obtain a technical degree from MATC in the fall for carpentry and manufacturing. I received a full ride scholarship to do so. I give back to my community with my family, separate from any organization, to give out food to the homeless. I've received significant promotions by my employer due to my hard work and dedication. For the last part, when I committed this crime and became a convicted felon, I knew I'd always have this label, regardless of how much I've changed to become a better person. I would like to say again to Emily, Patrick, and Trevor that I'm sorry of the trauma that I've caused them. I can't take that pain away. However, I'm a changed person. My time going through the judicial system and the trauma that I've caused others have rehabilitated me. I've matured, walked with morals, integrity, and respect for others. I give back to my community instead of taking away. I've gotten married and created a family, and we together raise our children with those morals and values. I am a productive member in society and have learned the errors of my ways. I like the pardon because it'll allow me to receive better schooling, be qualified for higher promotions within my company, my employer. It could also potentially hinder housing opportunity and acquire loans, as I would like to go into real estate, travel, and more. Yes, this is a violent crime. However, whoever knows me today would say that I am the furthest thing from a violent person.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Before I open up for questions, I have just one for you, which is really a technical question. It looks like we have your first name spelled two different ways throughout your materials, and I noticed that today on Zoom you have it ending with an E. Do you spell your first name with an E or an A at the end?
It's technically with an A, but I spell it with an E because they always pronounce it wrong. And if without seeing me, they believe I'm a girl when it's spelled with an A. So I spell it with the E just so everyone can pronounce it the right way. But it's really spelled with an A.
Okay, great. Well, we'll make sure that the paperwork at least has your legal name, but appreciate that and understand why you do it that way. Any other more substantive questions from board members? Cindy.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, just a comment. You know, a lot of applicants, when they appear before us, they talk about the impact of the felony on their lives. And I just really appreciate both in your written statement and today, your recognition of the impact of your victims. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, seeing none, I think you've answered them all, Mr. Lewis. So thank you very much for your time and for your statement today. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning and your weekend.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Brian LaPlante, who I also believe I saw on the Zoom. Mr. LaPlante?
Yes. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
we can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
I'll get this video going.
Okay. There we go. All right, we'll turn it over to you. And again, I'll just ask you to keep your statement to 3 or 4 minutes if you can, so that we make sure we have time for questions from the board. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your guys' time this morning. Back in 1995, when I got my 2 felonies, one for cocaine, one for marijuana, that was done due to bad choices on my part. When I got sentenced, I went in, I did my time. I came back out, I quit the drugs and just quit the drugs, period. I started hitting the alcohol pretty heavy. Next thing I know, I was alcoholic. Between the age of 28 up until now, the first 7 years up to 35, I had nothing but problems with that. And it just didn't make my life any better, it made it worse. During that time period also, I had picked up 3 felonies. My last current felony that happened a long time ago was with my current wife. I woke up in Calumet County jail in isolation. And that was it for me. I'm like, that's it. I can't live my life like this. And before that, I was in and out of AA. I had previously fired my sponsor because I thought that he was trying to tell me how to live my life and run it for me. But he was actually trying to tell me and show me how to live sober. I got back with him after I got released. I went out to Oneida, to my tribe, and I went and got in touch with my spiritual side. And after I got done there, I came back out and I started going into AA, hitting it hardcore. And I'm a full-blown member in there. I've been sober for 14 years. I just celebrated 14 years of sobriety, May 16th of this year. I have 4 children, or 4 kids. One's 24, one's 14, one's 8, and one is 2. My employer, when I was going through my changes, because I had to make a life change, and the program only works if you work it. He saw the changes through there. I asked him if he could write me out a letter, and he agreed. He goes, yeah, he goes, I seen you when you back then to where you are right now. And through my employer too, since then, I also became the company certified trainer for all of our equipment. I've been promoted to lead trainer, which up jumped my pay. I'm just a little on the nervous side here. I never did this before. And then I talked to Ben Bash, and he was a Calumet County cop back then, but now he transferred into Brilliant. He's been on the police force for over 20 years. He saw this gray side of me when I was running with the wrong crowd. I was still trying to change, but I was still having problems until I went into AA. You know, and when I got my felonies back then, I had no respect for the law, no respect for authority. Now I got a great deal. I just want to try to better myself and move forward. My son Lance, he's 14. He asked me if I could take him gun hunting. I'm like, no, son. And he knows my story too. I had gone through almost two divorces. I got one divorce, was working on the second one, which is my current wife now. And when I woke up in that cell in Calumet County, that was it. I've had enough. I can't live my life like that no more. Since then, I've been sober ever since. So if you guys want to ask me any questions, I mean, feel free. My life is an open book.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. LaPlante. I wanted to ask you about one thing from your background, and it sounds like from the timeline that you're talking about today that this was maybe before you went to AA, but you had a misdemeanor conviction for neglecting a child in 2001. Could you tell us just a little bit, very briefly, about what happened there?
That morning when I had got my son that night, I had chain bolt locked the door, and I told him, I said, he was laying on the couch, he was getting ready to go to sleep. I said, okay, Dad's gonna go to sleep now, and I had been drinking. So I went in my bedroom, I laid down. Next thing I know, the police department was there from Calumet County Sheriff's came in and asked me, do you know where your son is? Because they came in, they woke me up, and I said, yeah, he's in the living room, he's sleeping on the couch. He said, no, he isn't. And then they arrested me that night. I was worried about my son. When I got in the squad car, the sergeant, or not sergeant, I don't recall his name, but he told me, he goes, if you calm down, Mr. LaPlante, we'll tell you where your son is. I said, is he safe? He goes, yes. He walked to his mother's house. I was relieved when he was saved and made it to his mom's house, and that was early in the morning after, I think it was after 1 o'clock, between 1 and 2 that morning. I don't remember too clearly, but I was grateful that he made it to his mom's, and if something would happen to him while he walked that time in the morning, I probably wouldn't be able to live with myself, and that was due to my alcoholism.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. Other questions from board members? All right, seeing none, I think your application answered the rest of our questions. So thank you very much for your time today, Mr. LaPlante, and for talking with us. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And our last applicant of the morning is Mr. Rasmussen. Mr. Rasmussen, are you on the Zoom?
Hello, I am here.
Yeah, no, I am.
Excellent. We can hear you. We cannot yet see you.
Oh, there it is. I found it. I'm usually on Teams, not on Zoom.
Yes, that's an adjustment. Excellent. Well, we can hear and see you. So
excellent. Well, thank you for this opportunity. It was great listening to everybody's story. Some very touching stories in there. It's been an interesting morning, and I'm really grateful to have this opportunity. I'm Nicholas Rasmussen, now 42 years old. I did commit a felony back when I was 20 years old. I had a very good childhood. I had great parents. I was raised with good morals and good values. Maybe my life was too good, so I was never tested or faced adversity. I went through a series of events after turning 18. It started with me breaking my back, my high school sweetheart leaving me, and then ultimately my mom taking off and leaving the family abruptly and heading out to the East Coast. Through those series of events, I think I became beside myself. I became somebody I didn't recognize, and I started hanging out with people not doing positive things in life, and I started making bad choices. Those series of bad choices led to Party of the Crime of Burglary, where I'd driven a couple. Party of the Crime of Burglary was a Class C felony. I'd driven a couple friends to a known drug dealer's house. They broke into the house in search of drugs and money, and we got caught, and I was convicted of a felony. And between the time of committing that felony and facing the consequences of those actions, I had moved out to Phoenix to turn my life around. I had felt bad for what I did. I knew it was wrong. I had a conscience. And I went out there and I turned my life around. I'd gained willful, very good employment out there in short order. I'd asked the judge if I could serve my sentence out there. He allowed me to serve my 2 years of probation out in Phoenix, which I did without any incident. And I continued with my employment and to grow in that field and that career. Since then, I've gone back to school. I graduated with a 3.72 GPA. I continued to pursue additional training in my field, which has ultimately led me to be a certified trainer in my field. So I teach and mentor now a lot of young and upcoming people. I'm happy to give back because I've had a lot of help along the way. The fact that I made it as far in my career and to the position I have now currently as a principal process engineer for Milwaukee Electric Tool, which is a very huge and reputable company. I'm amazed I made it this far. And I always wanted to give back for all the people who helped me get to where I'm at. So that is my way of giving back. Is I do teach and mentor, and I do let people know of my mistakes, and I advise them heavily, not to follow those paths, and that choices do have lifelong consequences. And I'm so appreciative to even be given a chance at redemption. I believe in second chances, because if I didn't, I don't think I could, realize my own. I know that I've changed in who I've become. I've not committed any crimes or been in any trouble since then. That's as close to jail or prison as I ever want to come. I never did spend a day in jail. I facilitated my return from Phoenix to face the consequences of my actions on my own. I never did have to spend a day in jail, thank God, because I know that's a place I never want to be. I'm a hardworking, law-abiding family man now. I live my life in a good way, and I don't party, I don't drink, I don't go out. I work very hard, and I'm very family oriented. And so what was the other part? So why I'm seeking a pardon? I mean, I have come very far in my career. Like I said, I'm amazed I even made it to the point nobody can believe I'm a felon. But working with Milwaukee Tool, we do a lot of business in Canada and Asia. I have not had to make a trip there yet, but it's been talked about, and I am deathly afraid of what that would do to my career. Being in as high a position I am as a principal engineer, I'm very high up in the organization, and if I had to travel those countries and my travel got rejected, that would look so bad upon me. So I really seek this for professional reasons. I never even knew this path existed. I, dreamed of a second chance. It is hard being a felon. I've had to atone and answer for this many times, as I deserve. I mean, I did what I did. I knew it was wrong even when I did it. Like I said, I've always had a conscience. It weighed heavy on me. I made the choice to get away, to change before the repercussions even came down. I already started taking actions to correct my life, and I've never looked back. When I think back to this time in my life, I don't even know who that person was. I know who I am now, and I know that's so not reflective of me. There's no going back. I don't live my life in that way at all. I am a very clean, successful, law-abiding citizen, and I treat people well, and I help others to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen. I appreciate that. Do we have any questions from board members? Jerry?
Mr. Rasmussen, the current DA in Winnebago County supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Honored that others see the work that I've done. I made a big mistake at that time in my life, and I've worked very hard to do better and to prove that I'm not that person. For him to put his name to that and offer me a chance at redemption, I am grateful, and I would never disappoint anybody who puts their name behind me.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Rasmussen. I appreciate you taking the time and sharing your story with us today. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Yes, thank you for this time and opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so that was our last applicant for the morning session. So at this time, we are going to move into closed session. So the board will move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute, section 19.85, sub 1, sub A, sub D, and sub F for the purposes of deliberations concerning cases before the board, for the purposes of considering specific applications, and for the purposes of considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. May I have a motion to move to closed session? Judge Kremers, and may I have a second?
Second.
Cindy seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none. All right.
Wait, Mel, I show Mr. Rasmussen still on the screen.
Okay, sorry, I'm supposed to leave.
Oh, you're okay. Yes, you can go ahead and jump off, Mr. Rasmussen. You're free to
Okay.
enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So with that, we will move into closed session, and I will move Wisconsin Eye and the other folks who are still in the Zoom into the waiting room so that they can come back when we reconvene in open session in the afternoon. So just give me a minute to do that, please. And getting our live stream going here. We will start in just a moment. All right, I see that we have Wisconsin Eye in the Zoom, but I am just going to wait and make sure that our live stream is working before we dive in.
The YouTube is working.
Excellent. Thank you, Taylor. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started with our afternoon session of Governor Evers' Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers. I'm going to introduce my fellow Pardon Advisory Board members here quickly and then go through a few housekeeping items before we start hearing from applicants. So with us on the Zoom today, other members of the Pardon Board are Reverend Jerry Hancock. Reverend Hancock is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. Also with us on the Zoom are board members Cindy O'Donnell. So O'Donnell served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a Division Administrator at DOJ under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. Also on the Zoom, board member Myrna Warrington. Ms. Warrington is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. Ms. Warrington is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years now. And finally, our last board member is Judge Jeffrey Kremers. He is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to this board, and he served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years, and he retired in 2018. So those are our board members. We will be hearing from applicants today. You should all note that the hearing is being live streamed and is public on Wisconsin Eye. The meeting is open to the public. We will hear folks in the order that they're listed on the meeting agenda and open meeting notice. If you are having tech issues when it's your turn, someone from my team will reach out to you and try to get those resolved. If we need to come back to you for any reason because technology is not cooperating, we will certainly do that. We are going to ask folks to keep their statements to about 3 to 4 minutes to allow us time to ask you questions, should we have any after we hear from you. And as a reminder, you'll be answering the questions that were sent to you in advance of the hearing, which is giving us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went, a brief statement on what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and your employment, and finally, a brief statement on why you're seeking a pardon and why you believe the governor should get one. So once the board hears from you, we will either ask you questions, or it's possible that we won't have any questions. If that's the case, don't read anything into it. You just may have answered all of them. But once we're done asking questions of you, you'll be welcome to sign off the Zoom. You don't need to hang out with us for the rest of the afternoon, and you're free to go about your day. Once we've heard from everyone listed on the agenda, the board will move into closed session to consider your applications and your testimony and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority of board members present voting in support for your application to move forward to the governor, and he will make the final decision on granting or rejecting applications. Either way, you'll hear from our office in about a month and a half on the outcome of today's hearing. So you'll hear from us either way. So I believe that that is the remainder of my housekeeping items. So we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant for the afternoon session, who is Mr. Scott Dernovsik. And I may or may not be pronouncing his last name correctly.
That's pretty close. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity today.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we'll hand it over to you.
Okay. Again, my name is Scott Dernovsik. I'm 38 years old. On October 31st of 2005, I was in an altercation with a gentleman, and I was charged with substantial battery and a Class A felony. I was sentenced to 2 months in jail, where I did receive work release, also 5 years probation, and $16,000 roughly in restitution fees. Since then, obviously it's a little more difficult with a Class A felony to, apply for new jobs and everything. I was let go of my current job at that moment. And I got into underground construction, where I traveled the US for telecoms. I've been in underground construction for about 17 years now. I've gone from the ranks of laborer to operator, foreman, supervisor of a quality assurance group. I've also been a construction manager, and I am currently still with my employer as the underground utility manager for about a 4-state area, where I run a varied number of crews at once, and probably roughly about 300 underground construction employees. So that's my current employment status. In construction, it's sun up till sundown. I haven't found a lot of time to do any community work per se. Not to say I wouldn't love to. I also, in the last 8 years, I've had an amazing girlfriend who is with me, living with me. We also are homeowners for about 5+ years, and we have a beautiful baby girl who is about to be 4 in August. So things are going absolutely fantastic with employment and family. And I guess for me, one of the main reasons I'm asking for a pardon from the governor is just the weight of it on myself and for my daughter. The slight embarrassment with this is it's haunting sometimes. Again, she's only 4, but I don't look forward to the conversation where I have to explain to her why this is on my record and what it is. I'd love to maybe take the opportunity to travel someday. And my father is a Marine who is a big hunter. Not that firearms are an importance whatsoever, but a little hard to hunt when you can't possess a firearm. So my dad, again, being a Marine, has hounded me to ask for this pardon. So a couple of reasons there. And yeah, I think if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. All right, let's see if we have any questions from our board members. Jerry.
Scott, have you had any contact with Tyler Keedy, your victim?
I have not. I have not. I know I was ordered not to. And I followed that, obviously. I'm ashamed to say that Tyler, at the time of this altercation, was one of my friends. The only opportunity I was given to formally apologize to Tyler was in the courtroom.
Do you know if he still lives in the area?
I am unsure. I'm unsure. Jerry, I don't know if he is. I believe just from other people that we mutually know, I believe he has a family as well. I know he did live in the area I'm from for some time, but currently I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions? Cindy.
Yeah, I want to go back to follow up on what Reverend Hancock asked about the victim. So when you, in your statement, you said you tracked him down and struck him in the face with your fist 3 times. And then today you said you were in an altercation, which to me makes it sound like 2 people were involved, but you really just sucker punched this guy. Am I right?
That would, yeah, probably poor choice of words, Cindy. Yeah, that was fairly accurate. Yes.
And what made you stop?
Self-control. And then I was also shoved by one of his friends as well, you know, kind of off of him and away from him.
Yeah, I mean, some of the statements in the criminal complaint and the victim statements indicated that people pulled you off, or there was fear that you would have kept going. Is that fair?
Yeah, I guess from what I remember, I guess I was maybe somebody had pulled me and held me. I guess I felt like I was shoved, but yes.
Okay. And the victim had pretty serious physical and other traumatic injuries from this. He had to have metal plates in his face. I mean, I'm just curious why you didn't really talk about that today, the impact on the victim.
I guess it just probably goes back to, you know, the guilt that I do feel about it. I know that I was ordered to not make contact with Tyler. You know, I don't think there's a week or a day that goes by that I don't think about maybe running into him somewhere in the same town and having that opportunity to maybe shake his hand and apologize. My apologies will never be enough for what I've done to him and, you know, affected him physically, emotionally, as well as his family. It's unacceptable on so many levels. I go back to being unbelievably embarrassed in front of all of you. And again, my daughter as well.
Yeah, I'm not trying to embarrass you. I'm just trying to understand
No, absolutely.
your thought process. I appreciate these hearings are difficult for people to air this out in a very public setting. I just have one follow-up. So you were placed on probation initially for, I think, a 3-year term.
Yeah,
I think that was the initial sentence. Can you, but you weren't able, or you did not pay all the restitution in that time. Is that why you were extended?
Yep. Financially, the current job that I had held in construction, you know, I was probably maybe slightly overextended. I didn't have a whole lot of payments. I didn't own a home at that time. But yeah, financially, I still had some restitution to pay, some fees. So they were granting me an additional 2 years to pay that off.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Drnovzik. Appreciate your time today and sharing your story with us. We'll let you go about and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And like I said, you can expect to hear from us in about a month to a month and a half.
Okay, thank you again all for your opportunity and your time.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Mr. Pedro Acevedo. And I believe we have an interpreter on the line for Mr. Acevedo as well. Mr. Acevedo, can you hear me?
Yeah, see,
Oh, there you are. Got you. Sorry, your name is different on the Zoom. And do we have our interpreter on the line?
I don't have now.
That should be on us, Mr. Acevedo. Yuli or Taylor, could you check and see if our interpreter is available? All right, we'll look into that. Mr. Acevedo, we'll come back to you, okay? It'll be just a minute. In the meantime, let's go to Mr. Wemmer, Michael Wemmer.
I'm here.
Excellent.
Can you
We can
hear
hear you. We can hear you. We can't see you.
I'm muted. How do I turn on the camera?
Let me see if I can prompt you.
Because my video is stopped. Start my video. There we go.
Perfect. All right, now we can see you. All right, we'll turn it over to you and then come back with any questions at the end.
Okay, thank you. First off, I'd like to thank the board and Governor Evers for giving us the opportunity to speak our case and, you know, try to give us a second shot at life. I was arrested for burglary back in 93. It was July 10th, 2 days after my birthday. I was arrested. It was about 30 years ago when I was arrested, and 28 when I was convicted of the crime. That was in 1995. And this is the reason why I'm asking for the pardon. My best friend was killed in a car accident. Still tough, sorry. And I hung out with the wrong people after that, and just never got my life back on track up until after I got out of jail, decided I was never going to do that again. Hanging out with the wrong people. There were some things that came up after that that were like one of the guys, and I'm not 100% sure, but pretty sure stole my identity and got pulled over in La Crosse, and that still haunts me. This actually was about 8 years ago that this happened, but I was able to prove that it was not me, so they dropped the charges on that. But once now, I think everything is squared away, and I think I've done my best to stay out of trouble. And I'm married with 2 kids, and everything's going great that way. But right at this point, there are some things that I feel I'm being held back on with what I'm trying to do in my life. So that's basically the main reason why I'm trying to get the pardon, is I want to try to start my own business in the near future. Right now, I'm the service manager for a large dealership in the Milwaukee area. We do contract work with police cars. So it is in the back of my mind that I'm working on police cars while being a felon is kind of feels weird. So I do explain myself to the police officers when they drop their cars off and everything, but they do entrust me with this and the dealership. So it's a plus. I also coach motorcycle road racing at like Blackhawk Farms, Road America, other racetracks around the Midwest. I was teaching with Motovid, started that in 2005 and continued that with STT in 2015, I think it was when I first started with them. And I want to try to become a MSF instructor. But in order to do that, you can't have a felony on your record. And with a felony on my record, with it being expunged would actually it doesn't guarantee me the ability to get my MSF instructing license, but according to the two leads for that, they did say it is a possibility. The other thing is I did do a lot of community service when I was incarcerated. I did help detail police cars and stuff because that was my career at the time when I was arrested. So I did a lot of detailing of the squad cars while I was at the jail. I did have Huber. And then I did mentor a lot of kids that I did see going down that path. I'd sit down, talk to them, explain to them how this has, at the time, felt like it ruined my life, but I've progressed my situation to the point where I think I've done pretty well. And like I said, I would like to go further and possibly be better for the society and continue helping out people that I see going down the wrong path.
Thank you, Mr. Wimmer. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Afternoon, Mr. Wimmer. Can you describe what the 2001 case in Dane County, the intimidating a victim, dissuading, reporting, and a disorderly conduct, you got 60 days in jail. What were the facts there?
Okay, so that situation, I was in a bad relationship with a girl who, all my friends told me that it was a bad relationship. I actually called the police on that day because she started hitting me. So I called the police. They showed up at the house and they ended up arresting me for intimidation of a victim because I actually recorded the situation and I told her it was recorded. And as soon as I told her it was recorded and I was calling the police, she stopped hitting me. And I asked her why she stopped hitting me because she was fine with it a minute ago. And I do have pictures of all the scars and scratches and bruises that she left on me.
So were you convicted at a jury trial or what? How did you?
I pled out.
You pled guilty?
I pled no contest.
No contest. Why would you
my attorney? Because she had a bruise on her neck, a bruise on her elbow, and a bruise on her knee. Now, the bruise on her elbow and knee, I'm pretty sure are from her rollerblading. I can't prove it. The one on her neck, I do admit to that because she took my bottle of hydrocodone and dumped the whole bottle in her mouth. So I grabbed her and tried to pull the pills out. And that's when I said I was calling the police.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Wimmer? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wimmer. That I think is all the questions that we have for you. So you're free to go about the rest of your day.
Can I make one more statement about that too? I've been married to my wife since 2005. We've been together since 2002, shortly after that incident with Angel Partapillo, I think. And I've got 2 daughters, and my wife knew about the situation. She was friends with one of the girls that introduced me to her, and she gave me a chance, and we've been happily married ever since.
Excellent, thank you.
So thank you very much, board. I do appreciate your time on this, and thank you to Governor Evers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wimmer. Like I said, you don't have to hang out on the Zoom. You're free to go about the rest of your day. But thank you for joining us and for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Acevedo, I apologize. It looks like we have the interpreter scheduled for 1:30. So we'll just do one more person before we get to you, since we're not quite at 1:30 yet. So let's go to Mr. Cody Godowitz. And I am likely mispronouncing that last name. Oh, and you are muted, so we can't quite hear you yet.
Better?
Perfect. Would you tell me how to say your last name for starters? Goodovich. All right, thank you. Mr. Goodovich, we will turn it over to you.
Back in 2011, two classmates and we broke in some cabins, burglary charges. It was childish, young. Then I got in Forest County a month in jail, 2-year probation. Then Marinette County gave me 6 months in jail, felony charges, and 4 years of probation. Then I did that. Then after got done with that, I was farming. And then I got under underground utility. And then I think I was like 20 years old when I left Wisconsin on a work release, went to Texas, and then this kind of never really came back. And then about 7 years ago, I think it was, out in California, I ran into some trouble out there. And that was the last time I'd been in trouble, was in California. I went out drinking at a bar on probation, was just dealing with a lot of things, didn't know how to deal with it. So I went to the bar and started drinking, and then one thing led to another, and I ended up getting arrested. So, but ever since then, I've been staying out of trouble. Work pretty much all dirt work jobs, a lot of big outfits that are out here. Right now, I'm currently in North Dakota pipelining. Got a good relationship with the owner, keeps me busy. So I'm pretty grateful for that. The reason why I would like to get a pardon would be just I'd like to excel. Just advance in the industry, get higher up. Like to pursue like a third-party oil company job where you can inspect over the contractors, or just even the bigger outfits. There's a lot of like plant jobs that you need a clean record for where you can get on, or even out here, there's still jobs where you need a clean record where you can't get on. So I'd really like to do it just for work and just keep excelling and working. So.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Cody, the judge and DA and the current judge and DA in Marinette County supported your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good. And I know they reached out to some of the victims, I think all the victims. And from what I heard, they agree that I should be forgave. So it makes me feel good. It was a long time ago, so I was 17 back then, and now that time's gone by, I look back at it. It's a lot of weight. There's a lot of people that are young that come into this industry, and I can relate to it. They think life's got them down, and then I tell them that I have felonies, and they just look at me surprised. But you got to take each day as a new day. You can't let it keep you down, or you'll never get anywhere in life.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy.
Yeah, as part of the application process, people can submit letters of support. The letters you submitted are all dated from like 2012. They seem to be more related to your court. They were submitted for your court appearance. Is there a reason you didn't submit any support letters for your pardon application?
I didn't know nothing about it. I didn't know I could.
Okay, it's part of the application process. It talks about it's encouraged but not required for you to submit letters of support.
I guess I didn't see that part when I did the application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Reverend Hancock, another question from you.
I do have one more quick question, Cody. In your application, it said you had to apologize to the whole student body of your high school, I assume.
I didn't.
What was that about?
I didn't have to. That day it turned out pretty crappy. So we did this. I forget how it went. Something happened at school. I mean, I had pretty good reputation, I guess. Known as a good person, and we did that thing, broke in the cabins, and you know, I lost a lot of friends and that, so I apologized to the whole school. I got up in front of everyone, apologized for doing the wrong. But yeah, after that day, one of the kids that I worked at my cousin's restaurant with, something happened personal with him, and he ended up committing suicide that day. So
Wow. Oh, wow.
yeah, so I kind of don't really think about that. He was a good kid. But I mean, that day right there, like, that kid had a good future. He was smart, and I screwed up. But then he ended up taking his own life that day. And I worked with him a lot, washing dishes and that, you know. So,
Okay, well,
but I was the chosen. I felt like the guilt. I just apologized to everyone at school that day.
yeah. Well, I'm sorry for that painful memory. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it for asking.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Goodovich, for appearing today and for sharing your story with us. We appreciate your time and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Acevedo, I'm sorry, one more time, we're still working on getting the interpreter on the line. They're running a little late. So we will move on to another applicant, but we are working on getting someone as soon as possible. So we'll go to Cameron Toombs. Mr. Toombs, are you on the line?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We can hear you. We can't see you. There we are. Excellent. All right, so we'll turn it over to you.
Hello, my name is Cameron Toombs. Just want to start off by saying that my whole situation is all on me. I had a beautiful family. My family loves me. My parents were excellent. It was my choice to do the things I've done. My father told me that I was going to build a blacktop road to prison, and once I was there, it was paved, and you'd be continuing going back. And I did exactly what he said I was going to do. And then 1998, me and a friend were driving down the road. We ran off the road. And I decided to get out of the car and walk up to a bulldozer that was sitting on the side of the road. And I have ran him before, so I was going to pull the car out of the ditch with the dozer. There was no key in it. And I walked up to a building in the garage that I was sitting next to, and I kicked and used my shoulder to get into the garage, which I found a four-wheeler in there. I believe I grabbed a can of Mountain Dew or soda that was laying on the garage floor, and I jumped in a four-wheeler. And I had told my buddy to get on. We drove down the road until we found a farm that one of our other buddies worked at, so we could get a tractor and pull the car out of the ditch. I believe it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I dropped him off, and he did end up getting a tractor from our buddy, which he did get the car pulled out. I took the four-wheeler down the road. I did not take it directly back to the guy's house. I dropped it off a little ways down in the woods, and then I threw the key into the woods as well. That's where I got my felony conviction. I got 4 years, 9 months. They gave me a chance, and I screwed it up. They put me on probation, and of course I screwed it up. And that's when they sent me to prison, which was the best thing that ever happened in my life, was going to prison. I got out, I screwed up again. And then slowly started realizing that wasn't the life for me. I met my wife, got married in 2011. I had my daughter back in my life before that. And then she also had a daughter that I helped raise all these years. We're still married. We own a house together. I've worked since the day I got out of prison. I've owned my own business, 2 of them. I didn't close them because they failed. I closed them because I wanted to do different things. I owned my own logging business, and I had mobile home rentals and house rentals, which I do have one right now, another house rental. I did complete my HSCD. I volunteer on the lake for our village. I cut the weeds, but no charge. I volunteer with our fireworks, no charge, of course, just to help our small community. We have a town of 900 people. So your name is very my name is known, as I was a troubled kid, that straightened out his life. I'm very well respected now. It took me a long time to get that way, a lot of work. My two grand boys are everything. Yeah. The storm and snow, I help with that around our village if I'm home. I'm on road construction right now. For a pardon, I guess for my parents, they're both gone. One passed away 3 years ago, I think, and one 5. For them, I was an asshole kid. I put them through hell. And for them, all I got, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Toombs. I'm just going to see if board members have any questions for you.
Yep.
Cindy.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I see you've had a few OWIs. I'm wondering what your relationship with alcohol is now, and if you're in any sort of treatment program, or did you go into any treatment?
Yes, I actually, when I was in prison, I went to it was DAC, I believe it was called, and you had a 6-month program there. I did the 6-month program, and I completed it. I stayed sober for 5 years after I got out of prison, and I did fall off the wagon. Then I straightened it back out. So I got 2 when I was 30 and 31, I believe it was. They're almost back to back. And then I straightened out again and I sobered up. I do have a beer once in a while here and there. It's nothing like I was. I'm not going to say it was bad luck I got drunk driving. When you got 3 drunk drivers, you have a problem. So, yes. I did go to treatment for that.
Okay.
And I do have a beer here and there. Yes. And if I do have a beer, there is absolutely no driving. There's no driving, nothing. I technically can't even have a beer and get in a vehicle. I believe it's 0.02 that is on my driver's license. I believe that's what it is. But yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
Excellent. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Toombs? Seeing none. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Toombs. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us today and to share your story. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right. And I believe we now have our interpreter on the line, Mr. Acevedo. Let me just, can I get the interpreter to confirm that they're here before we start? Do we have the interpreter?
Hello, yes, this is the interpreter. Can you hear me?
Excellent, I can. We have Mr. Acevedo on the Zoom as well, and we're ready to get started with him if you are.
Okay, but can you just give me 1 second because my computer is about to die, so I need to charge it.
Sure. If you'll just let us know when you have your charger set, we'll go ahead.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry, I'm ready.
All right, excellent. So Mr. Acevedo, I'm going to give you a brief recap of the questions that we sent you over email before the hearing, and then ask you to spend the next 3 to 5 minutes answering those before we ask you some questions.
Hola, hola, muy buen día. El día de hoy yo seré su intérprete en español. Todo lo que usted diga será interpretado de manera confidencial. Por favor, hable en oraciones claras, cortas, para que pueda interpretar todo lo que usted diga. Señor Acevedo, nosotros le enviamos un paquete en donde tiene usted unas preguntas, se lo enviamos por correo. Antes de que iniciemos con nuestra audiencia, usted tiene de 3 a 5 minutos para poder responder esas preguntas.
Okay, sí.
So the first question is just to give us a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, and then a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including any community involvement and employment, and then a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you believe the governor should grant you one.
And ma'am, I just want to confirm, do you need an interpreter that is like a legal interpreter?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, I just want to confirm. But can you repeat one more time what you were saying?
Sure. The 3 questions are a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and any employment, and then a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon today and why you believe the governor should grant you one.
Bien, señora Acevedo, pues lo que nosotros necesitamos es que usted responda a estas 3 preguntas en un breve resumen de cuál es la sentencia que usted tiene, cuál es la sentencia que usted realizó y por qué motivo estamos hablando el día de hoy y cómo a usted le fue con, igual es un breve resumen con respecto a su situación de empleo.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Acevedo.
Pues mi nombre es Pedro Acevedo. Le quiero dar las gracias por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí hoy. En el 2001, en la noche, a las 2 de la mañana, tuve un accidente de carro. Que una persona, yo iba por la calle principal y una persona me impactó por el lado derecho que salía del ali. Entonces, esa persona, yo me bajé del vehículo, él también se bajó del vehículo, pero él se bajó como agresivo. Pues ahí hubo contacto físico. Tú sabes, como peleamos y no sé, salió una botella, no sé, la agarré y le di con ella y tuvo fractura en la mandíbula. Pero me fui del lugar asustado porque no andaba con otra persona y tenía miedo que me hicieran algo y me fui, pero ellos cogieron mi información y a las 5 de la mañana me arrestaron y me dieron 3 meses preso en un lugar que podía salir a trabajar y volver ahí a dormir y 3 años de probatoria y pagarle el hospital a él, lo pagué todo eso.
Y señora Acevedo, nada más quiero confirmar, dijo que se bajó, le dio con la botella, tuvo una fractura en la mandíbula y ¿qué fue lo que pasó después?
No, me bajé a chequear, a revisar mi auto. Él se bajó también, pero él estaba agresivo, pues hubo contacto físico, como que peleamos y en ese momento eso todo fue muy rápido. Encontré una botella, la agarré y le di con ella
pero después yo estaba bien arrepentido de lo que hice, porque eso fue tan rápido. Eso no sé.
Gracias, pero dijo que le dio con la botella y después tuvo una fractura en la mandíbula. ¿Eso sí lo dijo o no? ¿Sí?
Sí.
Gracias. Y después a las 5 de la mañana me arrestaron, me dieron 3 meses, me dijeron que podía salir a trabajar y tenía el hospital a él y yo le pagué todo. ¿Eso fue usted lo que dijo?
Me dieron 3 meses como preso, pero podía salir a trabajar, y 3 años de probatoria, y más pagar los gastos del médico y la multa que me dieron en la corte.
Y solo quiero confirmar, dijo que esto fue en el 2001 o 2021.
2001.
Gracias. Yes, so on 2001 at night, it was 2 a.m., I had a car accident and I was on the main street and there was one person also that it was on the road, and then he went down of the car and I did the same. But he was aggressive, so we have some physical contact. We kind of fight, but at the moment, everything it was fast, quickly. Then I found a bottle, and I hit him. But right away, I was too regret about what I have done, and I don't. And with that bottle, he had a fracture, and. At this time, but at 5 a.m. I was arrested. I got 3 months on jail, but they say that I was able to go out and work. So also I have 3 years of probation. I got a ticket, and also I have to pay for the hospital, so I pay everything, and I have paid everything for him.
Mr. Acevedo, would you like to continue and speak a little bit more about why you're seeking a pardon?
Sorry, ma'am, if he can continue to speak in who?
I'm asking Mr. Acevedo if he is finished or if he would like to say more about why he's seeking a pardon.
Y señora Acevedo, ¿usted quisiera hablar más o usted ya terminó de hablar con lo sucedido?
Pues cuando terminé la probatoria, me mudé para Puerto Rico, que ya llevo acá desde el 2005, 2006. Llevo acá en Puerto Rico. Acá soy barbero. Tengo una familia, tengo 3 hijos, tengo 3 nietos. Tenemos un negocio familiar, un beauty, y todo lo va lo más bien en mi vida. Nunca he tenido otra situación con la ley o con la policía, nunca, jamás. Eso fue mi primera y única vez que tuve una situación, y porque fui agredido, porque yo no soy así, yo no soy una persona agresora. Y pues, me gustaría limpiar mi récord para un futuro trabajo, para cuidar el negocio. No puedo sacar una aportación de arma por el récord que tengo, y como yo tengo un negocio con mi esposa, pues me gustaría sacar como la aportación de arma para poder cuidar mi familia, mi hogar y mi negocio.
Disculpe, ¿a qué se refiere con una aportación?
Una licencia.
¿Un qué, perdón?
Una licencia de armas.
¿Una licencia?
License.
Gracias. Well, when I finished my probation, then I moved out to Puerto Rico, and I have been here since 2005 or 2006. And I have a family, I have 3 granddaughters, we have a family business, a beauty salon, and I have never been involved in another situation with the law or neither with the police. that was the first and the last time that I had a situation like that. Because I was assaulted and I'm not an aggressor, and I would like to clean my record so in the future I can have a job and I can take care of my business, because I cannot have a license because of the record that I have. And I would like to have something for my business, the business that I have with my wife, something that I can support to my family and to the business.
Thank you. Do we have questions from board members for Mr. Acevedo? Cindy?
I have one question. When you hit the victim with the bottle and you knew that he was bleeding and hurt, why did you leave the scene?
Yo tengo una pregunta. Cuando usted golpeó a la víctima con la botella y vio que estaba sangrando, ¿por qué usted se huyó de la escena?
Cuando yo lo golpeé, yo no vi que sangraba. Yo no, ni lo miré. Yo solamente di la espalda y me fui porque tenía como que miedo de que eran dos, yo era uno. Tenía miedo de que si yo le digo una botella, ellos me iban a dar con un palo, con un bate o algo, pues yo me fui del lugar, pero yo nunca lo vi sangrando a él.
When I hit him, I didn't saw the blood. I didn't look at him. I just turned around on the back, and then I left. I was scared because there were two persons and I was only one. So I thought that they were going to do something with the stick or a bat, but I never saw the blood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Acevedo? Okay, I don't have any. So Mr. Acevedo, thank you for your time and thank you for your grace and patience as we got the interpreter on the line. You do not need to hang out on the Zoom for the rest of the day. You're free to go enjoy your afternoon, and we thank you for your time.
Muy bien, gracias. ¿Alguien tiene alguna otra pregunta para el señor Acevedo? Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias por su tiempo y paciencia. Usted puede retirarse de la reunión de Zoom. Que tenga un excelente día y disfrute su tiempo también.
Gracias, igual para ustedes. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. And this is interpreter, ma'am. Is there anything else I can assist you?
Nope, I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you for using our services and have a wonderful rest of your day and have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. All right, our next applicant is Janelle Tunison. Hello. We cannot hear you. Your audio still isn't coming through. You look like you're unmuted.
Here we go. Did that work?
Yes, now we can't see you, but of the two, hearing you is probably more important.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, we've got both now.
Okay. So I'm Janelle Tunison. Just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to have a second chance. Over 25 years ago, I was young, dumb, hung out with a bad crowd, and made some bad choices. And my charges, I have felony charges for burglary and forgery. I served jail time, did probation, community service, and paid restitution. Since then, I've graduated from a four-year college with a Bachelor of Science, majoring in accounting and finance. So I minored in business management. Out of college, I managed a sleep lab for 6 years, and now I've been in healthcare for over 16 years. I currently work as a clinical research coordinator. I volunteer at several different community events, Toys for Tots, Rotary Lights, Suicide Awareness Run, And I'm currently helping the local Boys and Girls Club do a little play with the 3rd and 5th graders, so that should be fun. I also started a nonprofit a few years ago in honor of my sister that passed away from a stroke. Excuse me. So I think I should receive a pardon, 'cause I'm not this person, and everybody deserves a second chance. And I also have a very close-knit family, and my dad is currently going through dialysis, and he likes to hunt all the time, and I can't go with him. So that, and my mom is on a program that I got denied to work for because of my felony, and I would like to assist her more than I do too. So I do have several people that would write me letters. I didn't include them. I feel like, the last 10 years of my life, I definitely went above and beyond to make up for the bad things that I've done. So sorry about that. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ms. Nason. I have a question before I open it up to the rest of the board. Do you also have a felony conviction from Missouri?
I do. Well, I got it expunged. So, and that was also in the era before I graduated from college.
Okay, could you tell us a little bit about what happened there?
Again, I was hanging out with a bad crowd, and I was working at a store and I stole some things.
Okay. Other questions from board members? Jerry.
I have a couple of questions, beginning with what is a Scrum Master?
It goes with IT. That's something I was going to pursue a couple years ago, but I work in research, clinical research, and I really have a love for clinical research. So.
But what does a Scrum Master do?
They organize the team that builds the apps or whatever. They just organize that, I guess.
Okay, that's as close as we're gonna get, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now, a more serious question. In the burglaries, one of the things that was often taken was jewelry. Did you take jewelry in the burglaries?
I don't remember. I think maybe. I don't know. It was 26 years ago.
It said in the police report, some of the jewelry that was taken were wedding rings. Do you remember that at all?
I don't. I know I did return as much stuff as I had personally left. I'm not sure about the other people involved. I didn't really talk to them after that. I had to get a whole new crowd of friends. So,
are you married?
No.
Okay. But you can imagine what it would be like if somebody stole your wedding rings.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Horrible.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Cindy.
Yeah, a lot of times we see applicants, Ms. Tunison, and they commit these kind of crimes to feed a drug habit or because they don't have finances to feed their kids. I mean, it can be a whole range of things. What was the motivation for you behind these offenses? Was it to feed or?
I drank back then,
Okay.
I do have an OWI in my record as well from back then. So I currently don't. I haven't for, almost 15 years. So I know that's not an excuse, but
No, I'm just trying to understand what led you to
yeah,
make those
absolutely.
choices.
It is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Myrna?
Do you know what the value was of the merchandise that you stole for the other felony in another state?
I don't recall, but I did, I was on probation there as well. And I don't know if I paid restitution for that. I can't remember.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Tunison, for your time today. Sorry, my Zoom screen just flickered. You moved around. Thank you for your time today and for sharing your story with us. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And as I mentioned, you'll hear from our office in about a month or month and a half once the board has had a chance to consider your application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our next applicant is Mace Madison. I don't believe I have seen in the Zoom yet. Mr. Madison, are you with us in the Zoom? Maybe not yet. Okay, so we will go to our next applicant, Mr. Trevor Sumner.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sumner. We'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks for having me. I know it's been a long day for the board, so I appreciate that I'm one of the last here. In August 2011, I was charged with fleeing and eluding an officer in Dane County, a felony. Most of my 20s I spent addicted to heroin and cocaine. And so this charge is a direct result of that lifestyle. So I needed a car to buy drugs that day, and I got into a high-speed chase and put a lot of people in danger. It was a very terrible thing to do. I went to jail for it for a year. In Dane County, I volunteered at the River Food Pantry on the east side. That was a great experience. So I had some work release opportunity there. When I got out of Dane County, I continued with my addiction for a few more years. I did not get any other charges, but I still lived in that addiction until about 9 years ago. And then I attended a rehabilitation program at the Salvation Army on Jackson Street downtown in Milwaukee. It's called the ARC, the men's program. It's a 6-month program. And so in the program, I had some spiritual mentoring and an awakening. And I got a job, got on track, met my future wife, got a better job, then got a better job, and had a son who is 4 now, which is just a miracle and a blessing. And I've been clean now for 9 years. So I work as an executive for a civil contracting firm on the East Coast. And I'm the director of operations. And I'm looking for a pardon so that I will have additional career opportunities. Being an executive with a felony is, I mean, it's not a deal breaker, but it leads to interesting conversations in the interview process. I tried to travel to Australia a few years ago for some business opportunities, and I was denied a visa because of the felony. So I would love the opportunity to be able to travel to that country. And just ultimately, I'm not an addict anymore. I don't use heroin or cocaine. I've been clean for 9 years. And so I just feel like it's a part of my life that is past. So that is why I would ask for a pardon today.
Thank you, Mr. Sumner. Before I turn it over, I think you were talking about your career just now, but I didn't catch, where do you work currently?
So right now I'm working for a firm called Accurate Site Development, which is in Norfolk, Virginia.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
And just out of curiosity, what's going on with Sun Badger Solar?
Sun Badger Solar is a company that I worked for and helped founded 5 years ago. It's a renewable energy company. And due to economic factors and the Fed rate hikes at the end of 2022, it went into insolvency and it's now in receivership.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Just to be clear about your alluding, because I live in Madison and kind of, I think I know the neighborhood. You were driving 75 miles an hour on Williamson Street and Jennifer Street. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah, near the co-op.
Yeah, okay. And then there was a reference from a response from one of the district attorneys that reviewed your application about being investigated for sexual assault of a child. Did that happen?
No, that was a false allegation from a custody dispute between my wife and her ex-husband.
Well, but tell me more about that.
There were false allegations made against me that were investigated by the Milwaukee Police Department, and there were no charges, and it was deemed that they were most likely derived from parental coercion on the side of the supposed victim.
And that was your daughter?
No, that would have been that's my wife's son, so my stepson currently.
Can you tell me the story about what happened there, please?
My wife has a jealous ex-husband, and when I was starting our relationship, he did not like me, and we believe that he coerced his son into making false allegations against me.
And can you tell me a little bit more about your personal involvement in Sun Badger Solar? Specifically, was there money from customers and jobs? Did you take money from customers and didn't do the work?
I worked as one of a number of executives at the company. And so we had a large solar installation and contracting company. And then when the Fed rate hikes went up, the solar lenders that we worked with changed their payment terms. And there was a shortfall of operating capital and the business went under.
And again,
there was also an embezzlement by a previous executive. And so there are news reports on TMJ4 that talk a little bit about that.
Okay, but specifically, were there customers of Sun Badger Solar that paid for work that was never done?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Sumner? Nope. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sumner. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. And you are welcome to enjoy the rest of your afternoon. You don't need to hang out on the Zoom. And as you've maybe heard me tell other folks, we will be in touch in the next month to month and a half to let you know the outcome of today's hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we are going to try one more time to see if we have Mr. Madison on the Zoom. And specifically if he is this 715 number. Mr. Madison, is that you? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you now. Is this Mr. Madison?
Yes, it is, and I'm having a problem getting this to go to the video. I've been trying it since we've been talking.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead with phone call since we now have your audio.
Okay.
So why don't we
Appreciate it.
turn it over to you?
All right, well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the board and Mr. Evers for giving me this day. It's been a little process. About 10 years ago, I tried to do this, and at the time, Governor Walker didn't do pardons, so I was grateful to get another chance when Governor Evers did. But anyway, in 1996, I was convicted of felony battery for an elderly, and that was with my father. I want to say I was a drinking problem way in high school. I fought lots over the years. I've been in trouble prior to this last conviction, and one of the reasons is a felony is I'm a habitual offender. I went into treatment in 96 also. I've been clean and sober 28 years. I learned a lot in treatment of why I am the person I am and why I got so angry. And I also did a year anger management in Marinette County while I was incarcerated. I had to do a year in the county jail. I had a 6-year state prison term and 6 years probation, which I satisfactorily completed. My mom died in 89. I started a logging business in 89. Oh, a year after this incident with my father, he passed away on Super Bowl Sunday, so he had seen me sober and changed for a year, which I was grateful for. Over the years, I just continued to be a professional logger in northern Wisconsin. My wife passed away in 17. I decided to retire from logging and look at life differently. I'm a member of the Amberg Fire Department, Search and Rescue, which I have been for years and years. I try to help people when I can is a big thing. I've had lots of bad times myself, and I know when I can help somebody, I try to. If it's money or alcoholism or drugs, I try to reach out and help whenever I can. I try to do one good deed a day. So, the biggest reason now to get this pardon is for peace of mind to myself. Before, it was because I dated a police officer, and it was so embarrassing to tell her I was a felon. She said, I already know that. But anyway, she even told the Marinette County she was dating me. I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing, but so since then, my uncle Matt, who's a town chairman, recently just lost by 2 votes. He's been town chairman for 40 years here. And he is the last sibling on my dad's side here. He's 89. He just turned 89. And I would like to be able to tell him that I know I've told him over the years I'm trying to take care of this felony. So one day maybe I can be chairman or constable or something, supervisor for the town. We have a little town here in Amberg. It's unincorporated, well known here I am. Lots of people ask me for help. I mostly now is to tell my uncle that I managed to complete this felony pardon, and then the peace of mind for myself, mostly. Whether I get the pardon or not, I will continue to be the person I am, try to make things better. And I guess without rambling, that's all I have, unless there's a question.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. We'll see if we have questions for you from the board. Does anyone have a question? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Madison, how did things end up with your father and your father's wife?
Well, the reason it even started is because of a family issue. When I was drinking, he took my semi, and after he had gone to the hospital, which he was okay, and our relationship just grew closer because he could see that I was really trying to be clean and sober. And his wife also died a year to the day after his death. His new wife. My mom died in '89. So I want to say our relationship was good. I regret my dad doing what he did to my family when we were young. But other than that, I feel he's proud of me in heaven.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Madison? Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Madison. Can you tell me again, in this incident, what you did to your stepmother or father's wife?
Well, at the time, my semi was there. He was in there. I was in there. We were throwing punches back and forth in the semi. And then he went out the passenger door. I went around. And when she came to pull me off of him, I threw her back. I don't believe hitting her like they said, because I just don't remember doing that. Don't think I would, but she was an irritating person. And after that, I ran, or I left and went in the house, and the police came and the rescue squad came, and they took him to the hospital because of a heart condition that he had prior. So I believe our incident was caused to go to the hospital. To be truthful, it wasn't from injuries he sustained. Does that answer your question?
Well, not exactly. So you deny pushing her down in the snow and throwing snow on her and telling her?
No. I'm
Well,
sorry. I do believe I pushed her down. I just don't remember hitting her. If I did, I did. But
did you tell her?
But no, I did.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you tell her she might as well die there, and then piled snow on top of her?
And that's possible because I was severely intoxicated. I really don't want to say I didn't say that, but yes, it's possible I done what she said.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I also made amends. I also made amends to my stepmother at that time.
Thank
Okay.
you. Any other questions from the board for Mr. Madison? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Madison. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us today and to share your story. And you are welcome to enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And as I mentioned to others, you can expect to hear from our office about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half.
Already sounds good. And I thank you again for giving me this day. So you guys enjoy the rest of your day and have a good weekend also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our applicants for today. So at this point, the board will move into closed session for consideration of applicants. So the board will be moving into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85 sub 1, sub A, D, and sub F for purposes of deliberations concerning cases before the board, for the purposes of considering specific applicants, and for the purposes of considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. May I have a motion to move into closed session?
So move.
Myrna, and may I have a second?
Second.
Judge Kremers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we will now move to closed session, and just please give me a moment to stop